Yes.
No offense. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the April 19th meeting of the Hyde Park Planning Board. Please take note of exits around the room in case of emergency or mishap, and now join us as we salute the American flag.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thanks, everyone, for joining us tonight. Just a quick sort of housekeeping note. We didn't have an April 5th meeting, so that helps explain why the agenda that you see in front of you is so lengthy. The first item on the agenda is a new public hearing for DS Electric, the office. May I get a motion to open the public hearing?
So moved?
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
This is a site located at 33 Broward Boulevard. It's not really visible from any of the major public roads, but it's basically just a little ways south and in off of East Market there. Otherwise, let me try. We've all workshop. This is the first time the public has had a chance to review the application, so let me turn it over to you, Mr. Pilon.
Very good, thank you. My name's Paul Pilon, I'm an architect. I'm here with Dave Stewart, the owner. We are here tonight to present our Dave's project, which is an amended site plan and building alterations for his company and contracting office, DS Electric. It is a 1 acre site. We have filed some paperwork so that the two parcels can be combined, but they are a total of 1 acre after that combination, so that is in progress. There's an existing building on the site, approximately 10,500 square feet total. Our proposal is to leave the building footprint exactly the same. We are going to do some exterior alterations, replacing doors and windows. We're going to clean up some of the walls on the outside. We're going to paint them. And the rest of the work is primarily going to be interior work for their office needs. On the westerly portion of the site, there's an existing paved area. Primarily, we're going to leave that as it is. However, we are going to reduce some of that pavement in these areas here between the building and the parking lot. When we remove that pavement, we're going to landscape that area. We are providing parking for 26 spaces at the moment. There's some additional landscaping that we are going to provide by putting planters between the parking area and our fence. So there's some plantings there with some ornamental grasses. With it being paved, we thought the planters were a better way to go in terms of trying to provide some landscaping. Screening from the neighbors, there's an existing stockade fence along the northerly property line that's going to get repaired and painted. The remaining perimeter of the parcel has an existing chain link fence going around it. On the Broward Boulevard side, we are proposing to put a 4-foot high screen that goes over the chain link fence. The remainder of the property lines that have the existing chain link fence is going to get a 7-foot 6-inch high privacy screen. The water and sewer for the building, the water is going to be municipal water. We're going to run a sewer line from Broward Boulevard over to the building, and then we are proposing to continue to use the existing septic system that is in the rear of the parcel out in the back.
Excuse me, sorry. You're running a sewer line and you're gonna, no.
Water line.
Water line, okay.
Can I do it again?
Road.
I'm getting good at that.
Yeah.
I should do that. So new water line, we're going to use the existing sewer line. Sewer system.
Sewer
Kick me
system.
under the table.
If you guys want to get sewer out there, that'd be great.
Oh, that would be nice.
If we could get sewer anywhere, that'd be great.
Stand in line.
The signage for the building is going to be limited to on the building itself. Okay, using the colors of his company, and it's simply 16-inch high letters that say DS Electric. We've asked for a waiver, or suggested that we get a waiver for taller letters on the building based on the zoning.
It's a dimensional increase, not a waiver. We can grant I think it's an inch for every 20 feet you're away.
Right.
So it's just a relaxation of a standard rather than a waiver.
Okay, very good. As far as lighting is concerned, we have some pole-mounted lights along Broward Boulevard. There's one down here. Maybe I should find the actual lighting plan. So we have some pole-mounted 12-foot high lights around the perimeter of our parking area. We're proposing some bollard lights between the parking area and the building. And the rest of the lighting for our site is going to be off of, from wall-mounted fixtures attached to the building. There were some comments, I believe, from the Dutchess County Planning Department, primarily that they were concerned about the width of our parking aisle. And we looked at that and considered it. However, when you take into consideration that you have some circulation with deliveries coming to our loading area, we thought that the wider space was going to be beneficial. It is already there, it's existing, and if I actually reduce that anymore, we'd probably start to lose some parking spaces. So we're kind of where we need to be in terms of parking, and if we reduce it anymore, we're gonna lose some. And we received some comments from the town engineer regarding drainage, and a lot of the comments were regarding the lighting. I believe that we have addressed those, and we communicated with Mr. Sotero to give him an update of what we did.
Thank you. Before we go to the consultants, because that's what we do before we ask for public comment, just wanted the public to understand that the reason why there's a mention of lot lines being created is because the actual septic system is on a separate lot than what the rest of the site is involved with. And this avoids the necessity for transportation incorporation, and also for, I mean, the second lot could be sold separately. Theoretically, you would have no access to septic this way. So this is, we think, solving some big problems. Other item to notice is just that the chain link fence, the reason why they're doing the 4-foot screen in the front, it faces Browers, because for safety purposes, you want some visibility of the business as people are driving by or walking by. And largely the lots across from this on the western side are somewhat empty. I think you have one residential use. The residences are on the south and north side, which is where you're proposing to refurbish the stockade fence and add the 7-foot 6-inch screen along the other side. So that's the reason why, is because these were all things that we asked you for. Ms. Franson, any comment? Wait.
No.
Nope. Tad, no comments? Victoria, we have a resolution prepared.
We do have a draft resolution prepared. There was a lot of back and forth between the engineer and Mr. Pilon.
Pilon, correct.
Pilon. So we've incorporated some of the outstanding changes that need to be made as conditions on the resolution. The other thing we didn't talk about was the banked parking. We're proposing that the 5 northern spaces just not be striped, because that's where the trucks will be entering and leaving, and that if you need them in the future, you can talk to the zoning administrator and you can get them striped without coming back to the board.
Right. In other words, they're shown with their banks, so all I have to do is just tell Tad, hey, we need these parking spaces after all, because we're trying to accommodate what county planning was referencing about that kind of blocking the driving aisle, but at the same time, you've been a growing business since you first opened and I first met you at the chamber. So we're assuming you're going to keep on having more and more successes, so you may need more parking for employees in the future, whatever, because this isn't really where customers come, I know.
Correct.
You come out to us. So, right. Thank you. Mr. Sotero is not here, so let me start with my left to the left. Mr. Veith, comments?
No comments.
Thank you. Mr. Waters?
No comments.
Ms.
Sorry
Rosser?
for being late.
No, thanks for all the changes.
Vice Chair Dexter?
I would echo thank you. It's going to look much, much better.
Vice Chair Oliver?
Same, thank you very much, and nothing else to add.
Mr. Curcio?
No comments.
Would anyone from the public like to speak about this application? If there are none, then we get a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved?
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And John, I gave you this mouthy resolution.
Resolution to grant conditional site plan approval, DS Electric, dated April 19, 2023, Resolution 2023-09A. Whereas the applicant Stewart Holdings LLC has submitted an application for site plan approval to establish a service business at property located at 33 Brower Boulevard, tax parcel 6165-03364146 and 379151, East Park Business District, EPBD. The project, whereas, now therefore it be resolved that the planning board hereby exercises its discretion to permit a wall sign with 16-inch letters, finding that the larger letters are necessitated by the distance of the building from the road, and that the larger letters are appropriate for the size of the building upon which they are being placed, and recommends issuance of a sign permit. Being further resolved, that the planning board hereby announces the site plan set and authorizes the chair to sign the site plan set after compliance with the following conditions. 1, payment of all fees in escrow. Revision of site plan set as follows, including notation that all fixtures will be provided with photocells, including the following note about timers and motion sensors. Timers, all fixtures except those noted as security lights below will be on timers set to turn off at 7 p.m. Motion sensors, fixture D on the north side of the building, fixture C on the east side of the building, and 2 light poles in the southwest corner of the property near the entrance gate. Security lights, fixture D on the south end of the building facing the parking area, fixture C on the north end of the building facing the parking area. Revision of site plan set to include note regarding 5 parking spaces near the truck exit to read as follows. The proposed 5 land banked parking spaces shall not be striped for parking until such time as deemed necessary by the zoning administrator in consultation with the owner after site construction has been completed and been in operation for at least 1 year. The zoning administrator shall notify the owner about the number of spaces to be constructed in writing. If and when the spaces are to be constructed, they shall be constructed in accordance with the site plan. 4, evidence that parcel 1 and 2 have been merged through the recording of a deed in the office of Dutchess County Clerk.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any nays or abstentions? Motion carries unanimously. Congratulations. I think your business right now is not in Hyde Park. It's actually in town of Clinton. Am I right?
No, we're in Hyde Park. We're renting space, the old Buchanan building, 1636 9G.
Ah, okey doke. Well, we're going to like having you further inside Hyde Park. So congratulations and thank
Picking
you.
up some commercial land. I love it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Pilon, we'll see you again in the future, I hope.
That would be nice. Look forward to it.
The next, the next item on the agenda is a continued public hearing for Camp Victory Lake. Making a motion to reopen the public hearing.
So moved?
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, so this has had a long history. Welcome back, Mr. Sander.
Long and winding.
A long and winding road.
Storied.
So for the edification of the audience gathered tonight, this project was first proposed in a conceptual way our first year on the board, so 17 years ago. It's a master plan. The congregation, which is the Northeast Conference of Seventh-day Adventists, went out and raised money to kind of hire a firm that specializes in just these kinds of master plans that are for large camps, I guess I'll call them, recreational facilities, and then worked back again with a local engineer and planner to advance it forward. So that's why we had about 15 years where we didn't really see all that much. But at any rate, the applicant has worked with us back and forth. For those of you who aren't familiar with the property, this is at the northwest corner of Creme Elbow and North Quaker Lane. There's a spotlight, it's stop intersection light right at the intersection there with Quaker Lane. The first phase of this will be proposed as a large church or sanctuary. A lot of the programmatic activities that have been going on that you see sometimes in the summer underneath tents, et cetera, would all be gathered into one space under one building roof. Not all of them, but many. Therefore, reducing the potential for sound traveling around. We haven't really heard any of the neighbors except for, I think, one in writing complain, but anecdotally I was told by several people, I heard that sound, which at any rate, it's only for a week, and it's kind of short. I was going to say it's kind of a short duration. At any rate, Peter, let me turn it over to you now. I was trying to give some background for everybody.
No, that was perfect. Thank you very much. Appreciate the background. Again, good to see you all. It's been quite a journey to get back to this point, and we're here. So just to recap on what you just addressed, this is the Camp Victory Lake Master Plan. It's a multi-phase improvement plan for the Camp Victory Lake site. It's comprised of several parcels, all owned by the camp that are adjacent, making up this. Phase 1 of the proposed project is, of course, the religious sanctuary, 47,000 square foot structure, designed with 2 levels and stadium-style seating to accommodate the camp's current larger events that occur on site. So the idea is that those large events will then now be moved indoors. for high-quality acoustics and audio-visual. Also reduces noise to the external or permeating from the site. Also included in Phase 1 is the construction of several formalized parking areas to the north and to the west of the structure. We also have a proposed bus parking area in the northern part of the site, which is across the Fallkill Creek. That's for when buses come in. The idea is that they would drop guests off, come out, and then park over here for the duration of the event. And then following the conclusion of the event, come by, pick them up, and head out the site. Also included in Phase 1 is the relocation of several existing cabins, which are currently located up here, overlooking the lake. Per the ZBA's recommendations, we had relocated those cabins to be outside of the 100-foot stream corridor buffer. God bless you. And then also included in Phase 1 are several, vehicular circulation improvements. This is from DPW, one of which is to relocate the existing entrance about 65 feet to the east. This is to provide more adequate sight lines so that during these large events, people could turn in without any sort of danger to general circulation of the road. We also are proposing to relocate, relocate the West Victory Lake, the Victory Lake Road entrance. This is also, again, a sightline issue. We were moving it further to the west this time and connecting it to the existing road system running throughout the camp. Since the last time we saw all of you wonderful folks, we had to go back to the ZBA to get a couple of variances worked out. I'm sure you're all aware.
Yes.
That was a real fun time, but I'm glad it all worked out. Glad they're satisfied.
We are too.
Yeah, I mean, no one wants to ruffle feathers in this, so it seems like they really were really receptive to what we had to offer them once we kind of
When you said the same thing back over again that you already said.
Exactly.
No
Well,
offense.
you know, so I don't mind.
Factual matters bear repeating sometimes.
Yeah. But anyway, so those two variances were for the building's height, which was 47.5 feet in height. The Greenbelt zoning district only permits 35 feet. The way the zoning code works is kind of complicated. You measure from the base, and then the mean, and the roof point. It's very complicated. But ultimately, the height variance was granted, and then also the stream corridor encroachment variance was granted. And that's for 100 feet between any water body or stream. There's supposed to be no disturbance or new structures. Because of some of the road improvements we had to have disturbance right up to the Fallkill Creek crossing that's existing, and then widen it and get that all squared away. That is all approved, and there was an exhibit that denotes where those improvements are and the disturbance, all included in the record. So basically, I wanted to rehash the project, re-present it in front of the board, and open it up to discussion, since I know we have some things to chat about.
First, again, just for the audience's edification, I want to point out that because this has been going on so long, the applicants have been very responsive to requests from this board, as well as requests from the Zoning Board of Appeals. I'll point out first that the area that you're talking about getting the stream incursion permit for, the variance for, is already disturbed. There's already a crossing there. It's actually, unfortunately, the Fallkill is somewhat polluted in this area because of various upstream, too much nutrients, et cetera. You also, at the ZBA's initial request, agreed to add landscaping that is basically going to function as what natural landscaping would in the buffer area. You're adding sedges, et cetera. These are all plants that they help work up moisture. They will actually help detoxify and depollute the Fallkill area when it's above its normal flood areas. The sanctuary itself, in terms of the height, yes, to us it seems easy how we calculate height because we've been doing it a long time. But for the audience, when you have grade changes like you do up here, it's basically the mean into here. And if you have a peaked roof, it's going to be the mean up there between the peak and at the bottom. So basically, but you had moved it already, tucking it in closer to avoid visual impacts. So that's why, these are the things that we relied on, we granted, when we recommended that you get the variances from the ZBA. But these are all things that are going to improve the site too, both ecologically, environmentally, and in terms of what people, how they experience. You're going to, again, I think, be sprucing up the place. The issue that I think you're referring to is there were some repairs and improvements that were made recently that I'm hoping that your client assumed that for a repair of a roof, you didn't need to have any approvals, et cetera. You don't normally, but there were some things added externally, including a new structure that Ms. Moss, I think, brought to your attention. So we can't take action until those are shown on another site.
Correct.
Satellite plans, but we're down to that level, I believe. We'll hear more tonight.
Yeah. So just to recap to the board, there are 2 now open-air pavilions in front of the gymnasium structure in this area. Again, they're very open air, concrete base with a roof. Just kind of an outdoor gathering space for people using the camp. Right now, you can see that they really don't have any more outdoor pavilions, so I'm assuming that's why they ended up adding them. A little disappointing they didn't want to present it to the board, but I'm glad to get those on the plans and get those reevaluated to the board's satisfaction.
So, just to be, the 2 pavilions have been constructed, the open-air pavilions?
Correct.
Okay.
So
the
we would
board-
like to add those to the site plan to have those approved and officially get those
How
on the
big are
record.
they?
I'm not sure the exact square footage. They're about 100 feet long by 50, I
They're
believe.
pretty big.
So,
We
Oh,
did
they're
our-
noticeable.
We did our neg deck, and so I think you're gonna have to request that the neg deck be amended. So we'll need some kind of narrative explaining exactly what the changes are between what the board reviewed and completed seeker on and what you're asking the board to review now.
okay. Could I provide that via a cover letter to the board, just kind of briefly describing it and maybe highlighting some of the parts where the neg deck might need to be modified? Does that work?
I guess it depends on how much of a change it is. So let me think on that.
Okay,
Because if it's just the open air pavilions, or was there anything else?
that was it.
There's some,
then-
there's some air handlers or something that's
There's
an
some
exterior.
air handling units that were added to the gymnasium structures. I guess that they were working on it because there was a leak in the building, so they wanted to get that spruced up and modernized.
So the open-air pavilions are, well, under our code, look at the definition of a structure, and they're a structure. It's static assembly materials with a roof to provide shelter, blah, blah. But it's not, they don't have any specific uses of themselves that would generate more traffic. It's just a way to be outside but have shelter, I
And they're not
believe.
near any sensitive structures, I'm just looking 50 times 100.
The gymnasium that
Five.
Mr. Sand's referring to, we call the Quonset hut.
Okay, because it's an extra 10,000 square feet, so it's not type 2. We'd have to review it somehow.
That's the purpose of Tad asking for it to be added to the plans, as she
Yeah, but I mean,
nods.
we'd have to review it. Normally, what we would get is an amended EAF, where you could send us the EAF we already looked at, cross out what's changed,
Mm-hmm.
and then the board can consider reaffirming seeker.
Wouldn't you want a narrative, though, with that?
Yeah, with the cover
That's what I was saying,
letter.
a narrative and plus an amended EAF should
Okay.
have it. Because you're going to have to allocate, there's no scale in the green belt, so this doesn't change any of that. It does change your percentage of impervious cover, and that is, there is a requirement for that in the green belt. But your narrative could be the one that would describe how this isn't going to increase traffic or anything separately.
Okay.
Leading the witness again, sorry. But
You're so good at it, though.
when I retire, I'm going to be over on that side, trust me. But you do want to, in other words, make sure that what we've already concluded as a neg deck would pertain to as you move forward with what you're proposing here.
Of course,
That's all.
absolutely.
And I think you know how to do that.
Yeah. Pretty experienced at this.
Yeah.
So amend the EAF, amend the narrative. Again, I'm not sure how the narrative
I
would
think you can
be.
just do a narrative that's specific to the changes that have been made. Because all
Got it.
you're really getting us a narrative for, do you want a full narrative
No, a
change?
cover letter.
Yeah, cover letter, that's what I mean by
perfect.
narrative.
Cover
Yeah, yeah.
letter with narrative
Why
explanation.
they were installed, how it doesn't impact various aspects that we look at
Yep.
for under seeker.
Perfect.
And Tad, did you want the air handlers to be shown? Are they on the building or they, yes, as a nod, okay. Let me interpret smoke signals.
They are,
Yeah.
they are rather large and shiny.
Oh, I saw them when I
Yeah.
first went by. The first thing I noticed was the color of the Quonset roof,
Mm-hmm.
which is kind of bold and snappy, but fine. But then I saw the shiny metallic and I thought, uh-oh, because I know Just generators here, even for residential, require site plan
Right.
review.
Yeah, I believe they weren't aware of that. I saw them, I was like, these will need to be screened.
So that would show landscaping. I do want to point out that I believe that the parcel across from these particular buildings, I think, is a scrapyard, and we only require residential, screening between residential and non-residential uses. But you could argue that there's houses on either side that could still view it, so we'll need some
Of course.
screening, some landscaping there as well.
One thing to note is that one of the air handling units is on this side of this structure, which is the south side. That is pretty much largely screened by the existing hillside.
It is?
I wasn't even aware about it until I drove by and drove behind the structure. I was like, oh, there's another one. Okay. So I'm just wanting some feedback from the board on what type of landscaping you would like to see to screen that.
I'll make sure that each person responds when we get up here to that. Any other questions you have of the board?
No, I believe
Okay.
that's it.
Let me start over. Ms. Franson, comments?
So at this point, we had already
I know.
reviewed the bulk of it, so I think we'll just await the revisions and make
Okay.
sure that everything gets incorporated into the final approval. Thank you.
I should explain to the audience that this is one of those applications that we were really close to an approval, but we had to wait for the variances to be granted by the ZBA. If I'm right, I think the last time we saw you here for a substantive process here was May 18th of last year.
I believe so.
You came back in the fall just to say, hey, we're still waiting with DPW, now we're going back to the, so we've had updates, but this has been a while. That's how close we got, and that's
Mhm.
why most of us were shocked when initially you were turned down by the ZBA. So, Ms. Moss, comments?
Yes.
There you are.
I would just suggest that the applicant contact the building department to see if there were any building permits that were needed, and if there are, that you would obtain them. And the other thing is, when we're dealing with these structures, do you want them on an existing plan or a proposed plan?
You mean where it would say existing features and what's proposed? Well, since this wasn't reviewed and not approved, I think this should go in proposed.
Okay, so they
Yeah.
don't need to change the existing conditions plan. I think that was.
Let's make it easy.
Yeah. So what we'll do is we'll just kind of revise the site plan so they incorporate those structures. We'll show them as proposed structures, and then amend the phase one aspect of the narrative just to address that portion of it as well.
So we'll be giving you, assuming we grant approval as well as forgiveness.
And I think as part of the cover letter, if you could do like an 8.5 by 11, 11 by 17 that shows the two pavilions and the auditorium structure and the air handling.
Okay.
Just so they have a close-up idea of what it is.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Moss. Mr. Sotero, comments?
Well, I'm looking at the submittal here, so they made a submittal April 4th, and there was responses to our prior comment letter, which was August 30th, 2021. Wow. So if I remember right, that most of our stuff was in pretty good shape. We're just going to look at the SWIP, I think, Peter. There was a couple things that you guys are going to do, and I think in talking to Tom Harvey, I guess he said you guys made some other tweaks to it for the better. And I know there was a SWIP that was submitted with your package, so we'll take a look at it, but I don't think there's going to be any issues from our end. The DPW already gave, conceptual, and they're looking at the rest of it. Looks like they're not requiring anything for a large event, like a traffic management plan for a large event.
No, nothing, no request from that. I don't think we exceed the 5,000 plus people for the county's large event. We're trying to stay under that number.
Yeah, well, that's their call anyways,
Yeah.
that's fine. So other than that, no, I don't have it in comments at this point.
And again, for those who are not familiar with this application, early on, we asked the applicant to provide a management plan for larger events, and that's keyed into the site plan. You have different triggers based on the size of the event, but almost all of them include alerting the Hyde Park Police as well as the fire department in advance. And if they're really big, they have to notice, I believe, the town clerk, town clerk here, et cetera. So it's been pretty extensively reviewed. Ms. Polidoro, comments?
No additional comments.
Let me then start to my right tonight. Mr. Curcio, any comments?
No.
Mr. Oliver?
Congratulations on getting through the zoning board of appeals.
Thank you.
Sorry about that.
No, don't apologize. That's the process. It happens.
Other than that, no, nothing else to add. Thank you.
Perfect.
Thank you, Chris. Ms. Dexter?
I would echo my colleagues' comments. As far as screening for those air handling units,
Mhm.
they're on the ground?
They are on the ground.
You know, whatever, I would say whatever the plant people would recommend.
He's looking at you.
Looking at you, and you. So I would think something basic, you know.
Perfect.
Do you have a lot of deer out there? Because it's not treed up, so it doesn't seem like it. That'll,
Some Norway.
I was gonna say some Norways. That way you don't, yeah.
Staggers.
Staggered, yeah. Or
Yeah, we could kind of
Just like you
pave
did
it
it, just like you
around.
did it on Quaker Lane where you staggered it around.
Yep.
So it doesn't look like, you
Well,
know,
didn't they clump them too?
yeah.
Yeah.
So it doesn't have that March of the Dancing Soldiers where you're all in one.
Yeah, of course. Because it's exactly kind of how we're clumping them in more of a natural
Clump and
feature.
stagger, yes.
Yep, yep, yep.
Perfect.
Thank you, Ann. Ms. Wasser?
I don't have substantive comments, just that I'm really happy we're almost there.
Me too.
You've been here as long as, yeah.
Yeah.
Are you okay?
Deanna,
with
have
Norway
grown up
spruce?
together at this point.
Yes, I'm fine with Norway spruce. I was just going to see, an evergreen tree, so I wasn't going to
Good
get that
enough,
specific.
good enough. Mr. Waters?
I'm fine with Norway spruce and no other comments.
Excellent.
And Mr. Veith?
Great project, glad to see it happening. We worked on the sewer plant years ago, and it's finally going to
perfect.
come into impact.
Yeah.
I'm glad to
awesome.
see it. Good job.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Was that years ago? that the
Yes.
super-
That was
Yes.
many years ago. That was before I even
years.
started working here.
Before you
I haven't been on the board for 16 years.
Wow.
So,
16 years.
Yeah, former chair.
Oh, really?
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, we had to do something with the septic afterwards, I'm not sure what.
Well, it's coming up. I don't remember
Did something, or
exactly.
they added.
Yeah, we did
capacity.
something.
We added the extra storage.
That's where we
tank.
learned that you had to, that because it was not as, it's overcapacity for what's there, so you had to feed dry milk into it to keep it operating, et cetera. It
That was
was,
a fascinating tour.
yeah, it's always interesting to, I can't believe I'm saying that, the tour sewer plant.
I mean, that just makes you a nerd like the rest of us.
Oh.
No offense.
Land use nerd, don't worry. We admit it up here. Would anyone from the public like to speak about this application? If there are none, Peter, when do you want us to adjourn this to?
I
Do you need a month to revise the plans, or?
think a month. When's the submission deadline for the next?
You don't have to worry about submission deadlines anymore.
Okay. All
We've been in
right.
the process long enough.
Yeah, then a month is perfect. We-
No, but like a week, come
Prepare
on.
the-
So in other words, if we could get it to us, if it's for the May 19th, that gives him, May 17th, sorry. If it's for May 17th, that gives you a little under a month. But that still gives you enough time to get it back to us in a week to 10 days.
What's this
We're just talking
submission?
about the addition of landscaping and some structures.
Because what's this submission here, April the 4th? That's,
Don't forget he's got to talk
Oh,
to building also.
yeah.
Yeah.
And he has to talk to the building department.
It's got to do secret.
The building department, Mr. Westermeyer will determine whether or not you'll need to have an engineer verify that there were footings required on the concrete floors for the open structures, et cetera. But that's not going to be us waiting for building department to discuss this. That's something he'll have to deal with on his own, unless I'm wrong.
So,
The most important thing is showing the changes to the plans and then making the narrative for why this won't affect the negative declaration.
we at least needed a day before the agenda meeting.
Oh, well, no.
Yes.
Okay, that's true.
So-
That's a
So we
week
can
beforehand.
talk about it. and
So we
prepare
meet it by
resolution.
May the 11th.
so we had a full submission here dated April, the 4th. So he's just going to update certain sheets of this?
I hope
Okay.
so,
We-
yeah.
I don't want to cut down another forest
No,
for this.
no, no,
one,
no,
if
that's
it's
what-
avoidable.
Yeah, no, I
She's
think,
at agenda
well,
meetings the morning of the 10th, so I think we need.
because I'm going to go review these
Okay.
for my purposes. The other things were landscaping and,
Yes,
I mean,
no,
they're
no.
very, very important, of course.
No. Engineer talk, again. The important thing to remember is that I'm not even sure that we all need to see a set of plans. We just need to have enough for you guys to review and say, yes, the structures are shown on there. I mean, board, do you guys want to see? We can, in other words, we can review the digitals. We can review the digitals for the landscaping and the additions you're putting on. So you would just need to supply, we'll work that out offline, but we just need to make sure that we have the sheets that can be put into the set.
Right.
Well, I'm not even sure if you need to have the sheets put into the set, that'll be a final set that will be signed. So that's where the everything would come in. The important thing for you to focus on is the seeker revised EAF.
Right.
And the date change.
And the date change.
So the agenda meeting is the 10th, so the
Yeah.
9th.
So we would need it by the 9th.
End of business.
All right, so I got to get it to you guys by the 9th.
Yes.
Perfect, okay.
That's a digital submission, as well as some amount of paper. Cynthia can probably tell you, but I think it's usually 5.
I believe it's
Revision
only-
of the sheets.
Yeah.
Then anything
It's a
paper. The
consultant.
rest of the board doesn't want to see it, but it's the consultants. So we usually ask for five new small plan sets.
Like
I mean
11 by
small.
17 reduced?
Anything else up here? So we'll adjourn this to May 17th?
Yes.
Making a motion to adjourn to May 17th?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Fantastic.
Peter, great seeing you.
Good seeing you guys.
After all these years, it'll be disappointing not to work with you anymore with your enthusiasm.
We'll
and-
find another project.
I'll be back.
We got 12 phases here.
Yeah, exactly.
That is true, but the first phase is going to take you long enough that I can't see you just whipping back around here in 6 months.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. But we'll find some other work to work with you guys with.
You're the only one that comes in here with that big smile every
I
time.
try. It's
the truth.
It's like the anglerfish. My smile, it kind of like throws people off.
No.
No, we like you from day one anyway, so.
Well, thank you.
Thank you, and we'll see you again in about a month, a little less than a month.
Sounds like
It would be annoying.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, yeah. So the next item on the agenda, Bellefield Phase 2 subdivision.
Thank you.
See everyone.
Take care. Bye, Peter.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman.
Welcome back, Ms. Leibold, Mr. Boudreaux. Let me just turn it over to you guys.
Thank you. We're here tonight on the agenda item, which happens to be the subdivision application for the Bellafield project. And we had submitted a request to adjourn the meeting, the application for the subdivision to the May 3rd planning board agenda. And we can give you a bit of an update with request to the subdivision. So if you recall, we've all spent a considerable amount of time reviewing lots and so forth.
And money.
Yes. And so at this point, what we're proposing to do is, once we get through the signature of the plans for the final conditional development plans, we plan on swiftly moving and submitting to this board the plans for the 2A section of the project, which is the townhomes and the front portion, the barn, and then 2B, which is City Winery and the other buildings around the green. So,
2B would be, follows 2A, so we'll come in with 2A first,
yeah, and then 2B.
and then after.
So what we'd like to do is with each submission, for each.
Yes, if you're flying through the alphabet, that does make sense, sorry.
We want to make sure
But-
they're not simultaneous.
Exactly.
Yes.
My point is not.
No, that would just be 1, 2A.
Exactly, and then on the plat, what you'll see are those two townhouse lots, and then a third lot for the master HOA, and then, of course, the 3 existing lots. So it'll be 6 lots subdivision.
So what we'll do
Well,
is with each.
it's going to be a cumulative amount of
Yes,
lots
so
as we go.
with each application that we come before you for final, we'll have the appropriate
appropriate
subdivision.
subdivision
yes,
made at the same
yes.
time.
So for that purpose, we'd like to adjourn tonight to the May 3rd meeting.
So I kind of just sent a quick note out to Victoria on that because it makes more sense.
Yes, it does.
Instead of trying to do your subdivisions in advance and then kind of cram the site in, you're actually designing the lot lines around the site itself.
Correct, yes.
Which is going to make Ms. Moss much happier because she's been worried that you would need variances for where parking might be or anything else. So
It makes sense. The only thing I'm thinking through is procedurally, once we grant one of the approvals, then I think you have to reapply each time.
We understand.
And so
Yep.
we'll have to set a new public hearing and.
So it would be an amended subdivision application, yes,
Yeah.
but it's a subdivision,
Yeah,
correct. Yep.
that would just it's sort of like the SWIP. It just keeps getting revisions
Yes.
and revisions and revisions.
But in theory, hopefully a lot of the notes and so forth that you want to
It'll
see
be
the first
worked
time
out.
are on there, and then
Yeah.
it's really just creating those new lots.
Much
Exactly.
more manageable, cleaner.
Right.
It seems that way, and it allows you then to come up to us with the site plan application when you actually have your
Yes, they would go hand in
tenants.
hand.
Also, each one's going to be minor because it's only 2 lots instead of one big major
Yes.
subdivision.
Everyone will be minor. That's what we
Yes.
were thinking today as well. So, again, for the newer members, but you're familiar with this project, both Don and John, they originally proposed, as I said, different sizes of lots, et cetera, and because of financing and ownership, that just became arduous and
Yes.
really hard to deal with. So now you'll have your own investors with each parcel, you have your own, whatever it is, LLC together, or if it's just whomever it is. And this way, it's a little bit cleaner as we move forward.
It is, and it really follows the construction phasing. So I think it makes a lot of sense that we can have more detail, like you said, on the plans.
So since we're on Bellafield, and Cynthia, don't kill me, but there was a utility plan submitted. I'm looking at Peter, so I can make you pay attention. There's a utility plan submitted. This is one of the conditions that's for the final development plan.
Yep.
I couldn't find it. I'm sad to tell you, I couldn't find the paper version. It may be a digital version for me, but I couldn't find it in my paperwork. But have you had a chance to look at it, Peter, the utility plan?
Yeah, we started, yep.
Have you finished review of it, or, because I'm just trying to schedule stuff for the next meeting.
Well,
They're going to try to have a sign made, I'll add this to the whole board. So the conditions that are left for final development plan, one was the approval by the planning board of the sign manual.
Yep,
The
SWIP.
second was the SWIP, which you have a date on that you're working toward.
I'm having a phone call with our engineer tomorrow.
And then third was the utility plan submission that I think, the reason why I asked you, Chris, if you'd taken a look, was I think that was one of your concerns.
It was.
To make sure that we knew where the utilities would go lying out, so.
I have not seen a paper copy of that.
So in that defense, I think we had a conversation, kind of, I'll just say, with the planning board and consultants as a whole, that we didn't also want to cut down an entire forest. And so we did provide you with, I think it was limited quantities. I think it was 3 or 2 or 3 that were decided that we were going to submit to the town because it was such a de minimis review at this point. And then we did an electronic version so that everyone had an electronic version.
I'm a little behind the electronic, as you know,
Yes.
sorry.
That's okay. So if someone does want a paper copy, we can certainly bring it up. But we think that, predominantly it's in, I know some of the board members might want to review it, but as Pete had indicated, just a reminder to everyone that the sanitary lines on the property are private and they would be under the review of the Department of Health. And the water is also private and would be under the review of Dutchess County Water and Wastewater, as we had indicated.
Yeah, I mean, the town's not going to be taking over anything, so, I mean, it's not going to be, and, like you said, as you go in for each individual, phase,
Yes.
honestly, that utility plan is going to be changing, because
Correct.
then you're going to know where all your building, service lines are once you get working with architects and mechanical engineers, so really, it's just a concept, so I think I saw 1 or 2 little things but,
Yeah, and I
the
think-
SWIP is really what we're concentrating
Right.
on, to be honest with you. I
And
mean,
I think, Mr. Oliver, your comment really pertained to making sure that where there was crossings of water, sanitary, and storm, that conflict had been addressed. And-
Just so that it was thought about
out.
early on, because
Yeah.
the utility
Precisely.
plan that we had seen, it was kind of,
All of it.
haphazardly done, but I really like the way that you're going forward with the subdivision and, the whole process. It's going to make it a lot cleaner and easier to make sure we're going
Address,
forward the
yeah,
right way.
details. Also, since that time, since we had those subcommittee meetings and had the discussion as far as the utilities, and you brought that issue up, we've submitted the full SWIP. So that's been finished, designed. Pete's office has it, and I know that they're reviewing it. So I think a lot of those details were addressed. I think in hindsight, we probably should have, not to take the power away from the planning board, but maybe we should have just said, if we had the consultants review it, but collectively, if maybe we could address that at the next
Well, that's
meeting.
why I'm bringing this up, is
Yeah.
because for the next meeting, I'd like to see if we can, as a board, collectively say, yes, we approve, or we don't. So if the paper copy is in the office, in the planning board office, then
I have a roll this thick.
Yes. It's this, it's this set,
Big.
which
Oh,
I'm
it's-
happy to leave my set
it's-
with someone,
it's
but
the
this
full
is half
size.
scale. We
24
gave
by-
you full
They-
size, they're 30 by 48.
30
the whole, all of that is not the utility plan. The utility
No.
plan is
No.
one sheet with it.
Yeah, but we thought if we just give you utility plan, someone might say, well, we need to reference the other drawings to see, so we gave you,
Then it makes sense that you just had 3 copies submitted. So, colleagues, can you please make an effort to either look at the digital version, not please make an effort, look at the digital version, or come inside to the planning board office and look through the roll.
We can stretch it out on that
Yes.
table.
Yep, so we can stretch it out.
full
And make
size.
sure that you're comfortable with it. If you're not, please communicate to me and Mr. Sotero. And Pete, can you just take a quick look at it? I know the SWIP's more important, but for their purposes, all three are important.
Yes.
Because you need to have all three met before
Yes.
chair's signature can go on the
And
plans.
so as you had indicated, I think you had touched on procedurally moving forward, what we're hoping is that at that next meeting, we can finalize. So the two items that were left for the planning board were the sign manual and the utility plan. You obviously don't have the sign manual. Thank you, everyone, for your comments. We've met with the consultant, GNS, Glody Signs, and we're working to come up with a sign manual that meets your needs. We're hoping to submit that, I think, next week is our milestone.
We get a second draft Friday, so
Yep.
we'll.
I mean, we
That's
sent you,
what we
that,
should do.
Tad took the time to find the examples because
It was great.
they're
yeah.
not
I
as
mean,
huge as our sign code, and they're
But it was
tailored more
fantastic.
just toward what a project would be like
Yes.
this,
So
so.
hopefully at the next meeting, we will be able to get through that, and those two items can get addressed. And that second week in May, we're hoping to have those plans in a final form for signature. So just, so as everyone knows, the schedule that we're shooting for.
The one that
Yeah,
Mr.
just-
Monroy's shooting for as
Yeah.
well. So at any rate, so procedurally, that's what we're aiming for, but remember, the sign manual we'll need to review pretty extensively,
Correct.
even if it's not that long, because as I said, this is what Ms. Moss will be using to say, does this meet this, and this? Here's your sign permit, here's your sign permit, yeah. So, because I know initially the idea of the pictorial version seemed like a good idea, but doesn't provide any basis for Tad to say, here's your sign permit. So.
We're happy to come in, as we always say, to meet and sit.
Offline, absolutely, no worries.
Happy to do that with Tad if we need to, just one-on-one.
Okay, so
that's it for tonight.
would anyone, this way, are we, is this?
We haven't reopened it.
May I get a motion to reopen the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Would anyone from the public like to speak about this application? There being none, making a motion to adjourn the public hearing for the subdivision to May 3rd.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
A quick question, I mean, how, you just want to amend this application with the site plans when Phase 2A and Phase 2B come in? Okay. I was just wondering if it would be cleaner for you just to abandon this and start over again, but I don't think so.
Yeah,
No,
then
no,
no. They're
Look on her face.
Oh, look.
Please don't say that.
Now she's
I know we
smiling.
have more cardiac arrest. No, we have to finish this so we can move forward with some of the outside financing.
Okay. Oh, well, yes, sorry, yes. I shouldn't have said it the way I said it. What I meant was, is would it be faster to just,
No.
so it's faster this way to
We have
amend it
to
each
set a new
time?
public hearing then.
Oh, right.
Whereas
Okay.
this, we have the open hearing, so.
Right.
We
Right.
amend it.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. Then we'll see you on May 3rd?
Yes.
And if you have any problems getting the materials to us in advance, just give me a heads up.
Will do.
All right?
Of course,
Thank you, and you're staying and you're staying anyway, so we'll see you again shortly.
Okay.
The next item on the agenda is workshop. We're out of public hearing mode. And this is Hyde Park Town Center North, Ready Coffee. This is another project that's been on and off before the board for a while. We have our own traffic engineer, Mr. Fitzgerald, who has been helping us immensely with reviews along the project. We also received a response just yesterday morning, I believe.
Yes, we
Yes.
got several things today.
In response to the revisions that you see that Ms. Leibel is going to go before you.
One yesterday, one today.
You've been working here too long, Kelly. You know how to manipulate the whole thing.
Yeah, that helps, right?
Yeah, is it going to work? Do I have to keep it right there?
Yeah.
It has a mouse pad. It just needed a mouse pad.
That was it? Oh, my goodness.
We can't point still, but.
Okay. Thank you. Kelly Leibel with KRC Planning Consultants. So we were before this board, I think a month ago, or a couple months ago, and broadly, the board, I think, liked the project. There were some modifications that we made with respect to the drive-through alignment, the location of the crosswalk, some trees, some parking. We, I think, addressed all of the comments. We provided you with a response letter addressing each of those comments. Made changes to the site plan that I think address all of the zoning, I'll just broadly call them bulk requirements, so that the project does not need area variances, so I can talk to Bonnie offline. And we were hoping tonight, I can go through those in detail with you, but we're hoping tonight procedurally that this application is sufficiently complete that this can go to county planning to start their review. And also so that we could set the public hearing for May 3rd, so we can try to get some public comment, if any, earlier on in the process. I can go through, do you want me to go through each of these items, or we can just do you have a long agenda.
No, go through, but you think, just summarize the major changes.
Well, long story short, so we modified this alignment slightly. The sidewalk went in front of the drive-through, the crosswalk that brought you from the parking spaces up to the front of so we moved that crosswalk, and it's over here, comes over and goes behind a vehicle that's waiting in the queue. We eliminated, there used to be 5 parking spaces here, and I know we're going to talk about this in a few minutes. So we eliminated one of those spaces and left 4. We added a series of striping arrows here just to make sure that people are oriented when they pull out of the drive-through to get back into the travel lane. We added, let me just go to some of the landscaping. So added a lot of landscaping. Hopefully
trees.
Is happy with this. Yes.
Trees.
So we added, there's trees. There's a couple of trees here. So we really enhanced the landscaping. So I think between the architecture of the building and the landscaping, this will be well received. Elevations are broadly the same. There's some minor changes that we can go through. And I think that's kind of the big picture items without going into great detail.
When I got excited about the trees, the
I
original
know, we'll
proposal
stay
had
on that slide. Why don't we
had
stay
one
on that?
reused dogwood. That was it. This
Yes.
says, I believe I counted 8 lindens now.
It's
if I'm
nice. I think
correct.
that parking lot could use some trees. Yes.
And it's including replacing some existing trees that are there as
Yes,
well.
correct.
That aren't unhealthy, they just look kind of tired and
Yes.
sad.
Nick
Sorry,
loves
Nick.
landscaping. Right. He loves
You get a lot of bang
landscaping.
for your buck with landscaping.
You do.
So I tell
You do.
people.
And so I know this issue is going to come up. I just want to talk about the bank for 1 second. So we have talked about how we incorporate the bank and making sure that they're acknowledging this site plan. We, of course, had provided you with previous email from them, communication that they had reviewed the plans and they were happy with the improvements. Of course, this benefits everyone. The property owner continues to be in communication with them. I think they spoke as early as this week. So our intentions were to get this updated plan to them so that they could review it and they could respond back to you and say, we reviewed this plan, this date, and we're in agreement with it. So we don't have that letter for you tonight, but we understand that that would be a condition of approval. So we'll try to get that to you. They just received those documents like you did, so we just want to give them some time to review them and get that letter.
Credit unions of this size, this many locations, they had their own internal planning.
Yes.
I know. So
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Yep. So we might as well talk about then the one big issue, which I think remains, that I think the planning board maybe had raised some concerns, or the traffic consultant. Brandon, I don't want to steal your wind, but there's still some concern about these 4 parking spaces in this area. And we believe that they're important for a variety of reasons. This use, as you know, has 2 options that you can purchase coffee, for those of you who may have visited Ready Coffee. So you can pull up to the drive-through, but there's also a window that you can walk up, like any store that you could walk up, but their window is outside. And so we certainly want to encourage enough parking spaces to allow people to access that window. The concern, I think, was that we had a 5th parking space here, and
I'm sorry, we can't hear you because of people outside in the hallway.
so there was so many turning movements here. You had, people coming in from Route 9, and maybe people leaving the drive-through, and perhaps people in the bank, and here, we removed that 1 parking space. We spoke to our traffic consultant today, and so we think that we could probably eliminate 1 additional parking space on that westerly side, but we're hoping that the board would allow us to keep these 3 spaces that are easterly. We feel that those spaces are far enough away from Route 9, so if someone is coming in off of Route 9 quickly, there's sufficient distance for someone to see the car. It's not unlike a shopping center travel lane, so they're very similar to backing out. And if someone were pulling out of the drive-through, they're moving at a slow rate. They just got their coffee and they're pulling out, so we think it's a slow enough rate. So we're hoping that the board will consider letting us leave those 3 spaces. Otherwise, I think that's all that I have for now, and happy to answer any questions.
Let me start with the consultants. Ms. Franson, comments? I know you got a memo from you.
Sure, so we did prepare a memo. A lot of it is just really the planning board confirming that they're okay with certain aspects of the layout. Kelly touched upon one of the items which, and I defer to the planning board attorney, the extent to which there needs to be any kind of consent or how the TEG easement is addressed. So I'm sure she'll touch upon that when we get there. Just big picture, I think ultimately planning board just needs to discuss, is this circulation pattern acceptable now? You know, the revisions have been made. Is the planning board comfortable with it? We have some other, again, this is fairly far along. Don't have that many comments, but someone had suggested that heat pumps be used. Applicant indicated rooftop HVAC is going to be used. And so it was still unclear whether there's any shielding or essentially, you will be able to see it from the back side of the building. With regard to the stone walls, it seems like there's a lot of stone walls out there on a linear basis, and we just want to make sure that every opportunity is made to reuse it all. So that's why it was suggested that it run along the driveway in the event there's additional stone. So if you end up using it entirely within your seating area, that's fine. But if there is excess, the desire was to still reuse it.
So I just want to address that while we're on that issue. So
Sure.
Our intent is to reuse all of the stone, and so it's not, when you do these, the stonemasons, it's not so easy as you can take it down and put it back together, so it actually is a process. And so we believe, we've met with them out there, and we believe that the stone that's there is going to be enough just to get the walls finished that we'd like to design. What we'd like to do is, if there is any more left, is actually go a little bit higher, so it's more of a sitting wall, because I think right now they're low. We just don't think that putting them along that pathway there's going to be sufficient. And,
Okay.
we just bought all of that stone wall for the area up against the Board of Elections, and so we'd like to just keep it to the stone walls that are in front of the Ready Coffee.
So then, again, the planning board should be aware, then the request is that they go higher if that's the
it's
case.
possible,
Yeah, if there's excess.
If there's excess.
I think we
And
just
I
want to
don't
make
think
sure they
we're
get
going 4
reused.
feet taller. I'm just saying if we have any excess, we would utilize it on that existing wall.
Okay.
And that's the wall, so as far as the image, that's the wall. I mean, we can take a picture of it and attach it to the plan, but it's the same wall that's in front of BOE, so it's that same design
Right.
with the fieldstone.
I think again, with regard to the excess, it was just if there was excess, it would have a benefit if it went along that driveway of screening some of the parking there. Again, if there was excess. So I think that explains it. Planning board should just be aware that there is a dumpster detail right now, but it's on the sheet that has the septic system design. So you might want to just touch upon real quick what the proposed design is. I think it's stone with a cap.
Correct.
What was, the color was gray, I believe.
I think it's gray.
So.
When you say stone, it's not stone, it's cement block.
Cement block to appear rough as if stone. So I think that was
I haven't
when.
seen cement block that appears like rough stone. Maybe there's something new. Is it
Split face.
It's just a split face block. I don't think it's stone.
I mean, I don't mean this rudely, but this is now grown. I don't understand why the dumpster has gotten bigger. The space around it has gotten bigger. It's going to become a very prominent feature of this area. I have a feeling you're going to have people doing this when they drive by, over the walls. Because, and I'll go ahead and add this in, I don't understand why there's so much parking needed for this one site for Ready Coffee when we already have 7 or 8 spaces next to the queue. And I don't know why this got to be so big. It's accessed, I believe, by the truck on one side, and it's got a little kind of vestibule for humans to go into
Yeah,
at first,
this
right there.
comes up. Yes, that was the dumpster detail. So we can provide you with a photo of one at some other locations.
This won't be looking like the one that you did next to the BOE warehouse.
Correct.
This will be different.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
If you could show us, because
Photo.
again, this is going to be in the center of the site now.
Yeah.
And I don't, again, this isn't a personal thing that we're trying to criticize. It's also, we're trying to plan to make sure you have the most success. And dumpsters in the summer can have a lot of odor as well. So it's just, the location has been revised, and probably this may be the best location for it, but it seems like it's an awfully large dumpster for a teeny building like this. Is this being used by the buildings, or?
No, this is just for
Ready
this
coffee.
use. Yeah, so here's the dumpster right here. I don't think it's terribly big. I can kind of do this mouse, I'm sorry, I can't. not
It's
that
okay.
big. So here's the,
If it's scaled, it's pretty big. And I'm not very good at scaling, let me just, I may have done the,
we'll
I'm
do
terrible.
a comparative analysis of what some of the other ones look like, and then get you a photo. But it's
Okay.
just for this particular use. It's not for the other uses in the plaza.
Okay.
A 1 to 20.
So again, I think you just have to sign off on that because it is fairly visible within the
And large.
area.
And we did do quite a bit of, there is landscaping up around it.
Oh, I know, there's a tree.
Just, I wanted to make sure I brought that up.
For the rest of it, it's mostly that bluegrass.
Yes.
That most of us up here don't really love because it's being relocated, the flopsy mopsy stuff. So it's not going to actually do a lot of screening, and it's not going to eat up any odors, but there'll be a tree that will provide visual mitigation as the tree gets bigger. So don't worry, that's why I saw the tree, I was like, okay. At any rate, Ms.
So-
Lawson.
So I was just going to say another in terms of, we had a comment that the square feet that was being proposed for the signs is 37 feet, and that I think you were limited to 32 square feet, and your response was that you would apply for a variance. So I didn't know if you were going to or not do that, or if you were going to scale them so you wouldn't have to get a variance, but I didn't want to get that, I didn't want that to get lost as far as
Understood.
process.
Okay.
And, ultimately, I think that's a discussion with Tad in terms of, what you would need. And then I think the other, again, are just, again, the planning board should be aware that there will be some opaque windows, and you've indicated they're needed because of the utility and the layout of the interior.
Correct.
And
I thought that, I just want to make sure that the board understood that I just want to put this one to rest, is that the windows in the front are typically supposed to be lower to the ground, so 30 inches.
Right.
And ours are 36, and we had gone over because there's equipment inside, so I don't know if we need to ask for a waiver or what the process is.
Well,
Yeah.
that was a question that I had, which is when you have certain aspects which don't meet the building design standards, because this is the form-based portion of the code.
Yes.
Is it an area variance, or does the planning board do a building type waiver? And this is probably the first new building we've done
It
under the
is.
form-based code.
so there is a section of the code that says if it's dimensional or bulk related, then it is an area variance.
Right.
But I
this is
think,
on the
this is the
building
design
type.
standards.
So I think we need to have an internal discussion about,
I responded back and said, this is above my pay grade.
yeah. I mean, I think.
No, it is. This is a tad and you, this is a legal interpretation because this section of code is new. It's, Kelly can well advise you, newish. And so this is the first building we have in this. This is a form-based code. There are sections within 108-4.5 that say that we can relax standards, but that doesn't necessarily apply here because it's within its own section.
Right, so there was the issue of the window height, and then also something about, there was a second
It was
standard.
the
The glass.
70%, the glass.
Glazing.
And I don't think a calculation was provided, so we just don't have the information to know whether or not it is a waiver or not, or whether they meet it. So I think we needed a calculation there. That was also one of my
Okay.
comments.
We didn't have an offline on this one, Kelly.
Also, Bonnie?
Yes.
Right, that was the opacity, I think it's one thing if it's, clear as it faces the frontage, but around the sides of the building, I think opacity is different because you have, again, more utilitarian
What you're looking
functions.
into is not so nice, in other words.
Right. You did mention about the 30 inches from the ground. That has to do with the height of the countertops.
Yes,
You had mentioned that.
Yep.
And then finally, you had a comment that you were going to add a base, like for a water table, a base course. And you said you will provide it, so I wasn't sure if it was already shown in the plans or you were going to show it on the
I
plans.
think it was intended that it was supposed to be on the renderings, and it wasn't. So
Okay.
I just want to make sure that base.
It is supposed to be on the rendering.
Yeah, and it wasn't on there, so
It wasn't on
that
there.
has to get added, yes.
Okay, so that'll be something that'll be forthcoming.
Correct.
For you all. And that's it.
But I think for purposes, hopefully the board understands, and hopefully they deem this complete so that we can move forward
No, no,
without having
it's-
that on the.
I'm just thinking, like I said, in 108-4.5, our site plan standards, the board is able to actually relax standards if there's a practical reason for it. And I think that saying, we'd only see 6 inches of countertop, so that the
Right.
window should stop here, is a practical reason.
Yes.
But we don't seem to have that in this section. Tad, you got up close?
The site plan application requirements are if there is a variance that's required, it needs to be submitted. So I would not say it's complete unless the variance application that's needed is submitted.
So
the
for the
signage.
sign variance?
Yes.
No, I-
Wait, for sign variance or for?
Any variance that is required when you're considering a site plan, if there's a sign variance that's going to be needed, it needs to be submitted at the same time as the site plan.
So, but beyond the sign variance, what I'm asking about is, we need to resolve the issue whether a variance is needed to raise the glazing by
Okay.
6 inches, because we don't have a determination on that yet, I don't
Right.
believe.
we're not going to be
Yeah.
applying for, we're not
Yeah,
going
I
to be
think
applying.
fundamentally, the question is, again, does it fit within that bulk and dimensional standards? Because that is what requires an area variance.
We're not going to be applying for a variance for the signage.
No, it's for the 6 inches of the window.
Or is
That's what I'm
that,
trying to figure out.
right, or is that just an architectural standard that you can waive? So we have to talk about that.
The reason why I asked this is because at the very beginning, I believe, that we went through, we decided we didn't have to do a building type waiver because this fits functionally with the
Yeah.
peaked roof, et cetera, so that got resolved.
Right, and the building type waivers are, for instance, the one-story shop front, the, two-story shop front, those different building types that are allowed within that particular sub-area. So you are one-story shop front, so you
Yes.
don't need a waiver from the building type. So that's not the concern. I think the question is whether, in general, for architectural standards, because those aren't really area variances, is that waivable? And my understanding and my recollection of when this was put together, it was intended to be, but I think we need to just talk about that.
Can we do that this week?
Sure? Yes?
Check and see if Friday's available? Are you
Can
available
we-
Friday?
I am available Friday, but for purposes of this meeting, can we make a decision to send this over to county planning, and if we have to rescind it? for
If it's
no
not a
reason-
complete application, it can't be sent to county planning. I believe you know that, Kelly.
I do, I'm just kind of.
No, I
frustrated
just
that we're
heard,
to this
you have
point.
Ms. Moss saying it's not a complete application. We can't overrule her
Well, they said they're not applying for variance.
for sign, but if you're saying that we don't have to resolve this and can refer it to county planning, whether they need a variance for the 6 inches of window, then I'm happy to do that.
Can I?
Speak
Is
into
it
the
to lo-
microphone.
Is it to lower the windows?
This would
or
be to raise the windows.
So what does it have to do with the counter height?
Because they don't want to put the counter over the window.
Otherwise, the bottom of the window, you'd be
How high is
looking
the
in
counter?
36
36
inches.
36 inches. And the
The
window
windows-
is supposed
The
to be...
window's not supposed to be more than 30 inches from,
Not more than.
yeah, because you're supposed to have
The other
elongated
way.
windows, yeah.
The problem is this was, when the code was written, it was really envisioned not maybe for this kind of specific use. It was thought more about things being away from windows, retail things being shown in, so that's why there's a requirement for that much glazing, et cetera.
Right, I mean, the whole idea, it followed on the heels of a planning study that had been done, because you anticipated sewers to come to this area, and that you would have new infill buildings that would be perhaps mixed-use residential, office, retail. And you want to create that Main Street vibe.
Isn't there a section that, sorry, this is boring everybody, isn't there a section in the code, I don't have it in front of me,
I
but
have
isn't there a
it.
section in the code that says that, that something about if sewers don't happen, that there's a way for us to?
I believe there is.
Building type.
Michael, I have a
Building
question.
type. But,
Yes.
So if-
I honestly, I'm okay with this going to county planning, and if they have to make a project change, we have to refer it back. If they're willing to take
Yes.
on that risk, that,
They're willing,
Yes.
Yeah, I think it's sufficiently advanced to get some input from county,
good.
just to keep it moving. And then
But let's
perhaps
still
we can
resolve the thing
Thursday,
about the
Friday.
variance.
Yeah,
Because I don't want to have conversations like this occur again on the planning board
Sure.
actual meeting in the dais.
Yep.
So, okay. Ms. Moss, any other comments or questions? Mr. Sotero? Woo.
Glad I'm an engineer. So we just had some small things. Kelly, there was a seepage pit that was shown to be removed, and we had asked at our, like, agenda meeting, why was it being removed? I know there's some septic out there. I'm sure it's not part of septic, but maybe Joe can.
I think it had to do with the health department, that it was a requirement for the health department, but
All
I
right, well,
forwarded
just-
those to Joe
all
and
right.
asked him to
He'll,
call you. Yeah,
like,
he'd gotten your
address it.
comments.
And I think he's got to look at, we asked for top and bottom of curb
Yeah.
elevations. It's obviously.
Want more.
I mean, I think there's going to have to be areas of some of the pavement raised up a little bit because to get water to flow, because there's so many curbs now and twists and turns, and you just don't, it's more going to be, the owner's problem than, our problem, but we still don't want to see like puddles in the parking lot.
Yes. Yep.
So, and then there wasn't a floor elevation on the building, which there should be in order for him to put the top and bottom
Correct.
curb elevations
Yep,
on
and the
it.
location of the sewer, or sanitary line.
And there was only one roof leader that was shown for the building. I'm sure Mike can get, with all the peaks and stuff on the building, there's got to be more than one,
Understood.
roof leader, like discharged from the building, unless Joe's going to put a collection system around the building, but it's just
Yep, we'll
something you
get
should
those.
look at.
Yep,
So it's
we'll get
just
those on there. Yep,
like
that- I get-
construction, it's just construction like details. And then, I didn't think of this before, but I remember when, the BOE building was done, you should probably give some thought to a logistics plan about where materials are going to be stored, where contractors are going to park, how it's going to be left open for, the businesses to have adequate, like parking, because there's going to be a lot of stuff.
Correct.
And it's really tight.
Yep.
As you know, from the Board of Education building too.
Yep.
So, again, that's just, I don't want you to go like crazy with it, because once you get a contractor on board,
They're going to change.
he's probably going
Yeah.
to change
Yeah.
it, but I mean, I think, like internally, Nick's got to make sure he provides parking for his patrons, so.
I think what we'll do is we'll lease
Some
off
kind
an
of
area.
thought, just.
Yeah, yep.
Very, very basic, nothing, because it's going to change, but, so that was all we had, or I had.
Thank you. Before I go to you, Victoria, Mr. Fitzgerald, any comments? You gave us your response today, or yesterday.
I think, just to
you get into the
reiterate,
mic?
there was several iterations of coming up with this layout, which I think, does the best job that it can to discourage those, those unwanted movements off of Route 9 or accessing the site or exiting the site. So I think that's good. I think there was, in reviewing this plan, there were, again, the two things, the parking that Kelly talked about. There was also a parking space where something got changed in the plan where the stockade fence or that wooden fence is behind the bank. It still
Yeah.
shows a space there.
So there actually was a little, we talked about this outside, there was a little curb there, and we had a little planting or something at the end just to delineate that area, and then somehow this parking space kind of snuck back in. So
Yeah,
we
so-
agree that
Right,
that's
that's
supposed to
gotta be removed
I think
then.
there was just a line put on the drawing, so that somehow that curb left, and we'll put that back.
Okay. And then, in relation to the parking, I mean, here, it's just a little bit different because there's just so many different streams of traffic coming off of Route 9, heading to the bank, coming out of the drive-through. So, that's kind of the rationale of looking at it a little bit closer. I mean, 4 is definitely better than 5, 3 is better than 4. Certainly cars are a little safer today with backup cameras and conflict alarms and things like that. But I think, again, we haven't seen anything in terms of demonstrating the need for the parking. Again, I don't know if you guys have something to offer from the other sites that have been installed around the Hudson Valley of how much parking is really required. So, again, it's a balance, and you got to take that into consideration of, the need for that parking and, and the shortcomings of it. So I think there's going to need to be some discretion there. But I think the rest of the stuff, we were satisfied with the changes that were made. They did provide a little additional traffic data in terms of the peak hour flow, and I think that was sufficient in sort of letting us determine that. It's not going to have a significant impact on the traffic operation of the main entrance. And it's sufficiently located, and the entrance into the drive-through that, it does enough to mitigate or discourage unwanted movements off of Route 9.
I know that when I spoke to Ms. Leibold earlier today, that basically you agreed with a lot of what the changes were. You just didn't agree with how that parking space crept back in, where there was a little curb with landscaping.
Correct.
And then also the south-facing, I keep calling them the parking spaces there. So I heard you just say that 4 is better than 5, 3 is better than 4. Are you suggesting? So I think there's plenty of parking already without these 5 for the actual ready coffee. It's primarily a drive-through. And to the extent that there are people walking up, we hope that they'll be walking up from the neighborhood across the way, from areas around the, et cetera, but this is also an area where there's shared parking for all users on the site. So I know, so I know that you want to...
Introduce Mr. Sotero.
You want to see as much parking as you
Yes.
can for when you have peak demands at different times. My concern is that during the day, people who live here, all of us, you can see people use the ATM at the TEG Credit Union, and they park at best higgledy-piggledy. There's not any striping at the credit union, so people just park where they want to. We assume that once this is built, that people will start acting more rationally, but people aren't always rational. And people who tend to leave the credit union, if they parked parallel to the building to go to the ATM, they don't go around, they just zoom down to where the BOE building is, take a left or a right, and then go out to a light or down to Pine Woods. I know that it is possible, for example, you don't pull out into the drive lane that's running parallel to Route 9. That's too fast and too people speeding through there. You pull out when you're parking into the parking areas. Similarly with, like, say, at Stop and Shop, you don't park in the drive lane that runs in front of all the buildings. You park out, you do that in front of the smaller, slower lanes. Would it be okay? That's a stupid way to phrase this. In your opinion, would it be likely to cause many accidents, just a few accidents, hardly any because of the improvements to backing out of cars? I know I shouldn't be putting you on the line on this. It's going to affect how, I don't like the parking there. I don't like the parking there. I think this is overly parked to me for this small use.
Yeah, I think the thing to make the difference, and I think the reason why the comment remained from our end is that, there are just multiple traffic streams here. It isn't just an aisle of parking.
No.
Right?
No.
So it's, and there's going to be even northbound entering off of Route 9 to circulate through the drive-through, and people can be coming into the bank and leaving the bank. So all of those movements can happen there. So that's, again, and some of it does relate to how high the parking demand is. I mean, if there was not sufficient parking, or the parking demand was really high, and even that in itself would lend to I guess more cautious use of an area if there was that much turnover in traffic and cars. So I think that's, like I said, there isn't something that we've seen to say that the demand for this parking is really needed. So from that perspective, I look at it as, yeah, it could be a safety concern, and for that reason, unless there's a real demonstrated need, I don't think it's a perfect idea.
As far as the demonstrated need, I just wanted Mr. Sotero to come up. I think everyone knows him. They're the owners of the plaza. And I think it's important for those of you who have been on this board forever to remember that we eliminated a lot of parking spaces here years ago when we put this pocket park in. Let's not forget that Mavis Tire is still there, and they do have people that come, and they parked in, a lot of the people had parked in this area where we're now putting the drive-through. And so we think that I just don't want to hyper-focus on just the demands for Ready Coffee, but the demands for the plaza as a whole, right?
Yeah.
And so.
Nick Sotero from Hyde Park Town Center. I mean, we just want to see all the tenants be successful. Obviously, safety is top concern. We feel that the park is going to get really used in front of Ready Coffee now, which now it's not being used, and I think the parking, will be a benefit to that. I mean, we're willing to give up one spot, but we'd love to keep at least 3 if possible.
Parallel park.
And I think, Michael, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, you.
No, Michael's
countless,
fine.
Conversations about how people are coming into the bank and using, we've all seen people
They
use
want
the
something
ATM.
better than
And
having
so the
people
hope and
back
the
out.
desire is that once you have this energy here, they're actually going to park. And this would be a great spot for someone, if they were going to use the ATM, they could pull in, they could walk over, maybe they're going to walk to Ready Coffee. So we're hoping that the board would consider allowing those 3 spaces.
It'd be even nicer, by the way, if TEG would stripe its parking so people could actually
We're going to be
see.
responsible for the striping, Michael.
You are?
Yeah, we'll claim the responsibility for that.
Just because people park where they park, not because they don't have defined parking spaces in the credit union area, and it just looks like you drive through and get out.
And we're gonna stripe that, so that's on.
Nice.
We could make that part of this if you like.
Nice. No, I think that'll be a visual clue to drivers. Yeah,
Yes.
but we can't require it, in other words. You guys can voluntarily say you're doing
It'll help
it.
the channelization, right? It'll
Right.
help give people directions. So
Right.
we're willing to do that.
Well, we'll hear from the board as we move forward. Anything else, Brendan?
No, I think that's all I have.
Thank you. Ms. Polidoro, comments?
Yeah, so segueing into the tag issue, TEG, this plan already modifies some of the parking area of TEG. You're taking away space, you're putting the fence in. So we need some kind of letter of authorization from
Yep, we're gonna get
TEG
that.
to allow you to do that work.
I was with the CEO of TEG today talking about this, so he told me get it to where you need it to be and then send it to me again, and then we'll revise the letter as needed.
Okay.
And just to be clear, a space didn't leave. This is the exact parking that they had, and the wall, the little guide rail that we're putting up is on our property.
Mhm.
So all of the improvements are on our property, but we want to make sure that the board is happy that they've reviewed this and they're happy with it.
Okay, the second issue is that as this plan is drawn, you're sending your traffic out of the drive-through lane on, it has to cross TEG's property
Correct.
in order to do that. And so the easement that you provided with the submission only goes one way. It allows TEG to use Nick's property, but it does not allow Nick to use TEG's property. So that will also have to be.
I thought that was a reciprocal, so we'll address it. Okay.
I sped through it so fast, I didn't make it all the way through and thought, well, it's reciprocal.
Well, I assumed it was reciprocal, and then I kept looking for the, if I missed it, let me know, but to me, it was a
We'll
straight
address it.
grantor grantee.
Yep. Okay.
And then we already went over this issue of the variance, so we can keep talking about that. And then, I don't know if it was last meeting or a few meetings ago, I talked about the concern about having some kind of trigger for site plan approval if a more intensive drive-through use ever came through, and how to distinguish that from coffee and prepackaged foods. And so I wasn't sure if a note had been added, I didn't see it.
Yeah, so Victoria, we discussed that. We then discussed that offline, and we, in principle, agreed to the proposal you made. It's essentially if the use changes or the type of goods being served. It's really not a use change, it's the type of goods being served.
It's not a use change, because we
It's not a
want,
use change,
we want
it's the type of
language.
goods,
Yeah.
which we would specify. And what we discussed in principle were
Right, so we want to see a note on the plans proposed, something that would trigger site plan amendment approval if, you know, you're serving something beyond coffee and prepackaged foods, because then you have longer queues, and the board will have to take a look at whether that works or not.
Anything else?
That's it.
Is there any note that maybe you've used for other drive-throughs like Dunkin' or McDonald's?
This is, well, because those are already longer. I
So
think it's a
nothing that
different
you have already?
situation.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to guess that you can work on language, the two of you, to figure that one out.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, let's see, let me start from my internal right. Ms. Dexter. I can't be picking on the
Always
outside
mixing
too
it
hard,
up.
yeah.
Always mixing it up. A lot of work is going into this. I think, you know, we do agree that the mitigation for the, unfortunately, there's always going to be more conflict points than anybody wants. And that's always kind of my concern, and that's why that inner parking, I can see both sides. The inner parking is helping to, someone from Mavis might go over there and park, because that's kind of where you have to go park these days, because in the morning, Mavis is kind of packed. I mean, you've got to go across there to park, and then they go over and they get it, but it also concerns me because people love their coffee and they're, I just see the conflicts there, but then, so where do people park? And so I do understand that, you know, there's a lot of give and take here. It's not your, you know, perfect.
It's not utopia. Yep.
Exactly. We're all kind of going, we all have pain points on this. So, you know, my biggest fear is that if we don't, like, really take a hard look at those internal spaces, that we're going to continue to, that we will see, like, lots and lots of accidents, rear ends, and people just not being happy. And we want this to be a success. So I still have a hard time wrapping my head around that, because I'll be honest with you, the Dunkin' Donuts, which I know is completely different, but all the people who park there, I had someone who was like, "You're on the planning board. How did you let that go?" I had to sit in my parking spot for like 15 minutes because I couldn't get out because there was so many people in line for that, and I'm like,
Yeah, and here, so I think we addressed that by trying.
Is there enough room?
Well, because you can get a car backed out
Yeah.
even if people are in the queue lane.
You can.
So that was the whole learning exercise, was let's see how we can avoid that. And that's why all those spaces are angled, so you actually can, and then you can get through the emergency
You go out the back
lane.
way, right?
Or you
No,
can go through the
there's a-
drive-through as the.
The exit lane, the escape lane.
So that's been addressed.
Okay, all right, well then
I've
that's.
been there, I've been in those parking spaces, so. I
Right, and
know.
you're like.
Yes, yeah, but I think we fixed that on this.
With Dunkin' Donuts, the escape lane doesn't happen until much later.
Right,
Yes.
right.
That's the problem.
And
But we were
the
dealing
aisle
with a
is so
small.
narrow, yeah.
Yes.
The only way we could have solved that would have been to not allow
Not
any
having
parking.
parking,
Yes.
yes, exactly.
Is that
There's
would have helped the
multiple
businesses
stores there.
there, yes.
Yeah.
So I think we learned from that, and this addresses that.
Right,
Yeah.
right, and I think that's what I'm trying to say, is that we have been learning over all these years
course.
of what works and what doesn't. So thank you for pointing that out, that there's more room. I still have my concerns, but people love their coffee. I mean, it's like,
I think you'll love it.
it's a
And-
winning
and
combination. It's just
Not to
like,
say anything
they're
about
insane
the
now.
owner, I don't know who the owner of Dunkin' is, but I mean, you know that the owners are here, and so if we end up that we, the board approves us and we see conflict, we're here.
Yeah.
It's locally owned, and so if we see that there's problems, they're always
Yeah,
addressing
exactly.
issues that are
And
out
the other
there.
thing that I am excited about is if that front portion, I can kind of just picture it, people walking up and getting their coffee, and yes, please make that a high enough wall that people can sit.
Yes.
Because if there's not really any planned sitting
Right.
there, so make it comfortable for people, so that when you drive by and you're seeing people just kind of hanging out, like,
We want that energy.
right over at
That's the
Dairy
whole
Queen,
goal
you see
here.
people hanging out and
Yes.
just
Yeah.
having fun. It's
But they
like-
have seats under shade. Just remember, Stone gets hot in the summer. And if an area that you really wouldn't want putting on the fryer.
Well,
you're-
unfortunately, we can't do a lot of trees in there because that's.
No,
where
you
all
can't.
of
So your
our-
septic
Right,
is.
right, right. Well, but, still, early morning coffee clutches could,
Correct.
Yeah.
could definitely happen.
Anything else?
No, thank you.
Mr. Oliver?
So, I have a few comments. I actually think, thinking back a while when Dunkin' Donuts was just across the street, that was like a community area, and I think this is gonna do really well and attract a lot of pedestrian movement. So going back to, I'm gonna go to the stone wall comment that was made in the beginning. Building stone walls myself, you're probably gonna end up with less material. So, you may have to bring more in it. Whenever we rehab a wall, we're bringing material in because,
Sorry.
It breaks.
pieces are smaller and
breaks.
it doesn't go together right. Regarding the parking, I think when you look at Ready Coffee, in itself, it doesn't need it. But when you think back before Mavis and before all of these site improvements, it was a huge parking lot. And it's, shrinking and shrinking and shrinking. And all of the stores are now, I think, full.
They are.
So, back, I don't know, maybe 8, 10 years ago, there was what?
It was a sea
4 or
of
5
asphalt.
vacant
Yeah.
buildings and a sea of asphalt. So when you look at the use for the site itself, I think those parking spots are needed. And, like Ann had mentioned, yeah, there is no utopia here because of all the different traffic movements. But I think on the site overall, those spots, I think we're going to need them.
Thank you.
Ready Coffee may not specifically need them, but overall.
We're going to get it as close to utopia as possible.
Regarding the DC planning comment, regarding the windows and the 30-inch versus 36 inches, I really kind of think that's like an offline thing and figuring out how you make it work, but I think it's de minimis for DC planning, and it's a logical improvement because nobody wants to look at the,
I know a fix for that.
nobody wants to look at that. Yeah. Other than that, I'm happy with all the work you guys have done to get this to where it is, and I'm looking forward to seeing it
Thank
in
you.
Hyde Park. Thank you.
Mr. Garcia?
I echo Chris's comments. I think you're going to need the 3 spaces. I think if you look at the medical building next to it, and that little area in there, it's a nightmare in there when it gets full. And I think people are going to park in those spaces that don't go to Ready Coffee.
I agree.
And I think the parking lot is shrunk in size based on what's been done there. My concern is the trash corral. Trash corrals never look good after a while. People illegally dump, leave stuff, junk. I deal with it myself on a weekly basis. So, I mean, if you can do anything to kind of like improve that, that would be greatly appreciated, because that's going to be there right in the middle.
By the way, it's 15 by 20.
Understood.
You know.
That's pretty big for that size building.
With no food.
If you'd like to address it, please sit down and just stay there, Chad. Just stay there.
So this is, this is the same, Jed Bonham with Ready Coffee. This is the same trash enclosure design. We use at all of our stores, so you can, if you'd like, you can come see it. I'll meet you in LaGrange, we can look at it. We designed this enclosure ourselves to avoid the issues you're talking about. So I think, Michael, you noted that you can enter the enclosure from the back. So employees, we keep the front locked. So we have not ever had a problem with people, and we've served over 1 million cars. We've never found customer garbage in there they can't get in. The employees go in the back door. First of all, to store milk crates and other things, but then to load the recycling and the garbage dumpster. They're two in there. And we have not had an issue with that because we have specifically designed the enclosure that way. Now, I don't want to be a judge of enclosures, but I think ours look pretty good. It is split-faced, it's not stone. But I think all the municipalities in which we put them up, they complement us on the enclosures. For enclosures, they look good. They're well built. They're built on foundations and footers, and customers cannot get into them because of the way they're designed.
I mean, to be clear, I love the project. Okay, I want to see it built. I just know trash corrals can be just unwieldy, because I've been involved in building management for years. And my concern is like, they just get out of control sometimes.
It's a difficult spot, and so we've always all talked about this spot, that unfortunately it's an infill design, and this is a difficult site, it isn't Utopia, and it's not a greenfield, it's a brown, we're infilling. And so kind of a tough location. I think we all talked about the location of the dumpster many times, where the best location was for access for the truck to pick it up.
Have it.
So I think if we provide a photo, let's do some photos of some of the existing facilities and see if we can maybe modify some of the landscaping and so forth to address your concerns.
Jed, did I hear you correctly? You're going to have 2 containers, recycling and refuse? That's
correct.
I was wondering why it was so big, too.
Plus, I think I heard storage of milk. There'll be some storage out there as well.
Yeah, so if you drive by our buildings, they look very clean, they look very tidy. That's because we do not store anything outside of our building. So everything is stored in that back employee area of the enclosure and is screened and cannot be seen from the outside.
And I think it's going to be really great, because when you have 4th of July parade, I mean, everybody's going to be right there.
Yeah.
And it's
ready, Judge.
And there's a little door, there's a little door here that has
more than what you know,
screening.
you'll be right there.
in the supplies.
McDonald's gets crazy during
Yeah.
that time, and I'm sure you'll be even crazier. So, I mean, it sounds like you've put a lot of thought into it, so.
Thank you.
Thank you, John. Ms. Wasser?
Thanks. I'm going to reiterate 2 of the items. On the trash enclosure we just talked about, to see photos from all directions, okay?
Will do.
And talk about materials, because it is huge, and I'm concerned about it. So I'm not going to drive to Grange, just bring us some photographs.
Will do.
I mean, I might drive there anyway, but I'm not making a special trip for that. The 4 spaces, I think Chris Oliver really articulated the pros and cons of that very well. I know you need the parking. I like the project, I don't want to take away the parking, but I'm really concerned. I mean, it's your liability, I don't want to see a problem, but I just want to go on the record that I'm not comfortable with it. I don't think it's that safe. And I think I'm just gonna, the trees that you're putting in, is there, it's a linden tree, I'm trying to think how that leaves. Can you put a bench? Can you do any seating under that, or you
Well, we
not?
really want the seating to be up at the front.
Well,
by-
it didn't sound like for sure that you were gonna have the stone for that, if you're gonna
Oh,
commit
yeah.
to the 4 foot?
Well, no, we're not going to commit to the 4 foot, but there's a wall there now that is a sitting wall.
Right, I know.
It fits me. It doesn't fit normal people, so we think that it should be slightly
Wait, what are normal
larger.
people?
I'm 5 foot tall, you know, so like, I
Oh, you
can sit
mean
on it.
it fits shorter people?
Yes, it fits shorter people. So if we have any extra, we'd like to raise it slightly, a few inches, so that it's more comfortable for people to sit.
Right, I just
Maybe
don't.
we just put a cap on the wall
Yeah,
that's there.
Well, we keep kicking this around. I'm asking for a commitment. That's all. It's like, will it be low for people that are shorter, or is it gonna be 4 feet?
Comfortable height for sitting.
Yes.
But I would like to have the option of adding a bluestone cap instead of more stone.
If
This
it's
way
too
it doesn't
short.
move around
Yeah.
the stone
Yeah,
wall.
that's better.
I'm
That's
just gonna,
better.
just gonna remind you that whatever, it's, you don't have options at the end. You have to
Right.
put something on the plan that Tad can
It's on
say,
the
yes, this is
plan.
done.
Yeah.
No, I know, that's what
Yeah.
I'm saying. So that's why it's, I'm happy to give you options, but Tad needs to have something that she can say, here's your CO measured by.
You can provide an alternative that says either stone or cap, and
Right.
then either one
We'll,
can be
we'll
on the
put the
plan.
detail on the plan with the height.
Right.
Yep.
That's, I'm asking for the
Fine.
commitment to it. Okay, we just keep talking round and round in circles about if and when and maybe and those are my 2 comments.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Waters?
Okay, mine are mostly with the elevations. Did you, Kelly, did you happen to look at the Dropbox? My notes on the Dropbox? For the,
Oh, no, I didn't know that I can get notes back from you, sorry.
I think they were on there, right? I mean, Bonnie was able
I
to.
don't know if I see
Somebody
those
was able to
now.
get
They
them.
were there, but I don't know if she got a notice. that
Yeah,
they
I
were
wouldn't have
there.
gotten a notice that there was something in there, so
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Okay, so, I'll just go through them because I wrote them out. Let's see, penetrations through the roof, venting and stuff like that. I think, we should know that.
That's in the code, that anything that's
Yeah.
shown, that's visible from the outside is supposed to be
Yeah.
shown on roof lines, et cetera. I mean, they've shown us, I think it's the bottom right, that's the, where you see what looks like might be 2 windows up in the roof, that's actually the HVAC, that's the HVAC.
Right.
So it's sort of tucked into the roof line?
Yeah. I have note on that one. Bollards at the, at critical points. I mean, I didn't look at anything. It's not drawn on the, are there any things in front of those posts that are holding over the drive-through and stuff? Where are they?
Oh.
Where are they located?
So a structural bollards in front of
Well,
those
yeah,
bollards.
I think,
yeah.
I think you need it because that'll come right down. I mean, if you hit that. So that was that. Any room for those air handlers other than where they are? Is that a EPDM roof that's cut in and has a flat back on the back? Are the units shown? I
So
mean,
the
can they be
units, They'll be
screened?
partially visible, there's a little parapet wall there, they'll be partially visible, but
Okay,
we're on
but-
the inside of the site, not on the Route 9 site where there's high
Yeah,
visibility.
I understand that, but I mean, it's visible.
It is, but that's a necessary evil, yeah, I mean, we need to
Well,
have the
not-
HVAC
not-
units.
Not always a necessary evil. There's ways, things could be designed to not
Well, they
be.
have to be accessible, so they certainly need to be accessible for maintenance, but.
Will there be a
is
screen
little
over it?
parapet wall. There's a short.
No, I
parapet
mean,
wall.
to follow the slope?
No, there's not.
Nothing like that?
No,
There's
because
no
they have
kind
to
of-
have access to.
Well, it could be ventilated, but that's what I'm asking. I'm just saying, you could hide it. It could even be, I don't know. There's all kinds of things out there. I don't know every single piece of material that they make for things, but I mean, I know it needs circulation, but I don't know what circulation, and that could be a shed over the top of that. There could be all kinds of things that could be done, but I don't know what's,
So at this point, that's the proposal, to leave the HVAC units and have that small parapet wall. So the pitch of the roof really doesn't lend itself to be able to put any type of screening or to carry that roof line, that slope down in front of them. So at this point, that's what we're proposing. We can look and see if there's any screening maybe for the base, but that's the proposal that's in front of the board right now.
Okay.
For accessibility, you keep saying that to be accessible. Does that mean it has to be able to have a person walk all the way around it?
No, if they need to climb if they have to maintain them, so if they have to use a ladder
So
to get
they,
up to those.
they use it from the exterior, or is it,
That's
will have a
exterior,
hatch in the interior?
Yeah,
too?
there's a, yeah, the exterior.
Okay, so there's no hatch to get up
Correct.
into the attic space?
Yep.
Okay.
It's a very small building.
The roof,
No, I know.
yeah, the roof is very small. We would love to enclose it deeply if we had a very large roof area, but the gables and roof are not large. It's a small building, and the clearances around the split system, exterior units.
Okay. That was one issue I had a little bit of an issue with. As for the comment with the park, that I took a little offense to that, because I wasn't on the planning board originally with that. But if I recall that, you're saying that some spaces went away, but that was also to help with the Mavis structure and things like that. There was a issue with that. You wanted to make it a community thing, a gathering place.
This was a lot of dialogue back and forth with the planning board, and so there was, I think, 18 spaces that were lost. Everyone agreed to it. It's not as if we didn't agree to it, but we just think that it's important
Yeah, but
to-
it was kind of like, we're gonna do this for the town, but then it's thrown back at you.
No, it's not being thrown
Well,
back.
I just don't want it to be, because that's why
I think you're
the parking
taking it
spaces are
incorrectly.
being.
Yeah, I definitely think you're taking it incorrectly. What we're asking for is that the planning board look at this site holistically and not just hyper-focus on Ready Coffee as far as the parking is concerned.
Yeah, well, that's that.
We want to see the park being used by everyone.
Yeah.
It couldn't be used by everybody because it was too hot. And the reason it was too hot was because no one told
No
us that the
trees.
septic was there, so we couldn't plant trees. No offense.
Yeah.
That came out later, if you recall. Oh, we can't do the trees that were approved there after all because the septic's there, but nobody told us. We might have relocated
I
in
think
the
we're
words
going down the
Aaron's
wrong
Park.
path. I think there was a lot of good that was done with respect to
I
the
would
Pucker
agree.
Park, so we'll move on.
Yeah, well, I'm talking now, right? So, that was that. Let's see, okay, so that's that. The menu boards, there's 2 menu boards on the back end, but one is when you pass through. So I don't know why, I just wanted to understand why that is, why there's 2.
So I'm not sure.
Why there's
The 2 menu boards, the items, that you'll
So here
be
it's right here. So
selling.
there's one here.
So there's one at the service window?
Yeah.
Is that the, one of the ones you?
Well, no, there's
These
on the
two.
back end, on the drive-through
other
side.
side, let me get onto the other
There's
side.
2.
See, I don't,
There's one before you get to the window to the
Yep.
drive-through, and then there's one right after, I believe.
Right next to the.
So are you looking at the bottom right?
right here.
I don't
Yeah,
have the
it's this
elevation
way.
from me, yes.
Let me just
Okay,
get
so there's one at the service window for the person ordering. There's one 2 car lengths back on the building. And then there's actually one in the drive aisle that would be at about the 5th car back. And the purpose of that is so that, let's say a car pulls up with 3 or 4 people in it, they can all be devising their order by the time they get to the window. Or they can be devising their order until they get to the service person. And we have found that putting menu boards with that spacing at the window, at the 2 and at the 5 speeds the lineup considerably because people have all the information in front of them to make their decisions. I don't know, does that answer?
Yeah,
Does that address the
I mean,
question?
as long as there's a purpose for it. I just.
Yeah, it's to keep,
It's like you're already past it while your order is done, and then people say, oh, I forgot this. And
Correct.
then
And then if it's right in front of them, they can then order
Okay.
within a split second rather than, additional questions about the order.
Okay, then let's see, the fabric awnings, I have a problem with them, but, since you have metal on the buildings, I had stated once before at one of the other meetings about possibly looking at the Kelly,
Yes,
Kelly Deli
Yep.
with, over the entry doors to go in.
Yes. And-
They're bracketed and capped in metal. And I was just wondering why that's not used
These are
here.
very similar to the Mavis Tire has the exact same, they have those fabric awnings, and then there's one in front of Board of Elections, as you know. So at this point, I think your preference is to leave them as the fabric awnings.
That's the way
Yes.
they've been designed.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, I think briefly, we looked at a heavier awning, which would then require supports, and then someone's hitting their head on those supports. Right.
Well, they go up pretty far, but some of those awnings, there's some that are retractable too. But I was just saying that since you have metal on the structure, why not make it more permanent than having those because you're right on Route 9. So, I just thought,
Comment noted, I think, is, so they want to move forward with the fabric awnings.
well,
Yeah, I mean, that's what the architect designed in. And,
okay. Parking spaces I have an issue with, and the safety. I'll defer to the traffic consultant, being the expert. That space by Teague gets pretty jammed up, and has always been. So I don't feel good about being on the record for approving that part of it at all, because I think it's a problem, backing out into traffic. So I've always had an issue with that, and the safety is really the utmost importance. Somebody could get hurt. And then coming from the ATM at Teague, is there a crosswalk that crosses over? Somebody comes out of there and says, oh, I want to get a coffee. Is there some kind of crosswalk or something for stopping traffic coming in that way for people to cross that are in a crosswalk? I mean, you have the crosswalk, I believe, coming from those spaces on the north, coming down through to get to the building.
Correct, yes,
But-
yep.
But is there something from Teague coming over?
There is not.
Okay, so you're crossing a major, axis, and there's no crosswalk for somebody coming from an ATM to go grab a coffee, and then they get hit by a car.
All the way up to Pinewoods.
So, that was that. Let's see.
Yeah, they're not changing anything.
Is there a shelf at all at the pedestrian service window?
Yes.
Will there be a shelf out in front?
yeah, a stainless shelf.
Okay, and is that, I didn't see it noted on the plans, but,
Typically, we don't, it comes with the service window. I don't know if we've ever included them on our drawings.
yeah, I mean, just, if he could just draw a line and just put stainless, proposed stainless.
Yeah.
Okay, yep. Let's see. Are there waste receptacles out in front? Like, if people are gonna sit on the walls, are they gonna be,
There will be a what do they call it, a garbage?
Garbage, like a-
garden, garbage.
Okay,
Probably the same one that we use at our LaGrange store.
okay, and so you'll mark where you're gonna put those, or are they marked on there?
We usually.
Or you
just
move 'em
buy
around?
one and drop it in the best place, like we watch people mill around for a day or two, and then drop it in the place where they seem to be milling around the most,
Okay,
and in a place it's not.
all right, and then Pete
Yeah, we can show
Pete addressed it, the gutters and leaders.
Yeah, we'll address those.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
and then I also didn't know what would be the fascia and soffit material, or how that was gonna be done. What is that proposed to be?
Okay, we'll get you that information.
Yeah. So I just said, please detail or note it on the plans, and then let's see, is there any outdoor seating other than the walls?
There is not, no.
There won't be any benches or tables or anything like that?
There won't be.
Okay, so, and then you don't, so the string lights or anything like that, there's nothing like that gonna be
Correct.
put up?
Nope, nothing.
Okay, all right, I think that was all I had.
Thank you, Rob.
Yep.
Mr. Veith?
Love the project. I love the Ready Coffee. I went to LaGrange today, looked at the garbage dumpster in particular. Looked great to me, no issues. You mentioned about short people. Did you hear about the midget fortune teller that escaped from the Dutchess County Jail? Now there's a small medium at large. And he could sit on the wall. Love the wall. We talked a little bit about the condensers. We know they have to go up on the roof.
Yes, yep.
So it's not the end of the world. There won't be roof penetrations. They'll be going back into the attic, so I'm okay with that.
And it is a heat pump split system. It's not, there was some question earlier about HVAC versus heat pump split
Right,
system.
and that's why it's got to be out in the atmosphere, so.
With clearances.
Yep, I think the building looks great.
Thank
Great
you.
job.
Thank you. Anything else, Don? Anything else? I'm sorry.
You finished? Do you want to know if you had
Yeah,
any
no.
other comments?
Oh, no, no.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Real quick. So just, I wanted to, so the heat pumps was a discussion with the planning board, a couple members, of whether you were providing it or not, and if you were doing the HVAC. So I think you responded that in your comments. Only thing I also just wanted to raise was, in the plans, you show a raised crosswalk for the main drive, the southerly drive, and I think right now it's a flat. In looking at Google, it's flat. So, see that right there? It's showing raised.
This?
No, the other one.
Oh, this?
Yeah. Were you going to do something there, or was that? I don't think it is.
Call that on the plan. You
Okay,
may
so it
just
has.
wanna-
Is that an error?
Okay, well,
may just
yeah,
wanna-
we'll fix
Okay.
that. Okay. Thank
Just
you.
want to point it out.
It's existing, point of the plans. Anything else? So what are the two signs that say drive-through, or that indicate that there's a drive-through? They're not shown in your sign package, but they're labeled on there.
Oh, okay, so it's.
I just don't know what they look like, what they say. Do they say just drive-through, like with an arrow? Or?
We'll add it, so I don't know the answer to that. We'll put it on the plan, okay.
The reason why I said that is, I haven't looked, but you have a lot of signage here with your menu board signs, plus, I mean, I think it's going to be pretty obvious that there's a drive-through,
Yes.
myself.
Yes.
And I do not have to comment about how wonderful all the other sites are with your drive-through signs. I'm just letting you know that this is pretty obvious.
Yep. So I'll check and see what.
So see if, in other words, see if they're necessary, because this is, we're trying to make sure that this stays a pretty site, and you don't want it to see chunked up with lots of
Okay.
little tiny signs everywhere. A comment I just got from Mr. Waters, because this relates directly to what you guys have said, that you won't be able to walk around over here, including maybe go get to the credit union and get coffee. You need to figure out a way to get people to cross safely, because you also justified keeping those signs, those south-facing parking spaces, by saying people could park there, go to coffee, and then go back to the credit union. So we need to figure out a way to get people safely. That's something that Rob brought up. The other things I heard from, because I'm agreeing with almost all my colleagues' comments, I don't know if you need the bars before the post, because that's beyond my ken. I'm not a designer. But if somebody does hit it, I think you don't want to have the post come down and the canopy come down either. So this is something to consider. The stainless shelf at the window, that should be shown as an exterior detail. If there's anything else that's be poking through the roof, penetrating through the roof, that should be shown as well, because it's required by the code. I do want to see the waste receptacle plans. No offense to Don, I trust your aesthetics, but we all have our own ideas about what looks good. And again, this is going to be in a very prominent place. There is low-level landscaping and one tree proposed on the southeast side, southeast side of the structure. I'm not really sure that not having any seating other than stone walls makes sense, the more I've thought about it. You show seating in other locations. Your initial plan here showed seating as well. I think just maybe a table and 2 chairs. But I'm just curious, if you want people to sit there, what are you going to do during the summer?
So we're not able legally to provide technically any outdoor seating.
Legally under what?
Well, we
Can you explain that?
we don't supply a public restroom.
So, again, I don't know building code, so if you have public seating outside, you have to have a restroom?
New York State law, if you have any seating at all, indoor or outdoor, you need to provide public restrooms, and for safety purposes for our employees, we're not able to do that.
Thank you.
So if Don was at LaGrange today, you saw we had a chair wall, a landscape wall, which is very much like what we're going to have here. And people can sit on that, they can set their drink down. And they do that at our other locations. They do that all through the summer. Does it get too hot? I'm not sure.
I don't think I've seen any seating whatsoever.
Not at Route 9 location, but in Newburgh.
Because that's also a treeless parking lot with no air circulation whatsoever.
It is. That was our first location, and we've
improved since then.
We have improved since then.
Getting palm trees.
Sorry. It's the owner, basically, of the shopping center that maybe should be required. And no offense, but just because other planning boards in other towns have not required things doesn't mean that we won't. Because when I go by that site at your first location on Route 9, that just looks sad to me. Not your site, yours looks like the nicest building in there, but the rest of the site looks sort of sad. The other things I started were also, when Mr. Sotero noted the lack of, there's only one leader shown for stormwater, there's something wrong with that. And stormwater still is a big issue here. That's why we noted you were getting rid of the seepage pit. So just to make sure, and that's why Pete also talked about showing curb elevations to channelize stormwater so that it doesn't wind up willy-nilly, particularly when it's freezing. You need to address the access easement. It actually only allows TEG patrons to use the town center. It's not reciprocal. I think that needs to be changed because even though you've added the arrows and sort of are hoping that everybody will turn right, I think you're still going to have a few people who just go, if they're going to go north. I'm sorry, that doesn't show up in minutes. I should say we'll proceed through the TEG site to go north on Route 9. We also, I want us to resolve how to deal with this, the dimensional stuff, 30 versus 36 inches, because, and I'm sorry you're the first people in to have to resolve this, but we've just got to figure it out. I don't think you should have to go to get area variances myself. So we'll consult on this.
Yep. What constitutes the window size, the glass?
Well, no,
or
it's in our code, it actually specifies the height where windows should begin at. That's the problem, is because this is a form-based code, you're actually showing pictures of, this is how it should look. So, in other words, it shows that glazing should start at 30 inches from above, but again, you don't want to see 6 inches of countertop through the glass.
Can you somehow raise the front of the building with like a planter or something? So
Well,
that
I was
it's
going to say a
30?
lintel underneath. Does that constitute part of a window?
Why don't we,
We'll talk
I
this
think
through.
we're
We'll talk
open
this
to
through.
options.
Yeah, I'm going to
Yeah.
talk to Jed about it. and I
Yeah,
think
we're
it's a
open
good
to
idea.
some
We want it
options.
to look natural, we want it to look good and beautiful. We don't want it to look like a contractor came along at the end and threw
Right, and
something
put the
on.
wrong size window in.
But if we can find a way to address the concern, we will. So, I mean, I think we've got smart minds here and see if we can figure it out. And then in the meantime, we'll find out if there's a waiver requirement that's permitted.
I want to say that, I don't, so that window that is going to be at 36 inches, one of the windows is a sliding surface.
I know, that's what I'm saying, this isn't like a regular
Yeah.
decorative glass.
You know, the idea of putting some sort of piece at the bottom, it is what it is. It's manufactured to be a sliding window.
I want to get you there, I just need to figure out how to do it.
Yeah, so I don't think there's
I mean,
an
it's,
architectural solution. I think we just need variance or.
yeah, it's 6 inches. Is there a way to slope a little bit the sidewalk so you're achieving that 30?
No, well, let's see if there's a way, we
Yeah.
can look at offline and see if
Let's
there's a way to
look
deal
at
with the
code
language,
first
the
and see what we
semantics.
can figure
yeah.
out, yeah. Otherwise, I continue to also have problems with the south-facing lots. I'm sorry everybody thinks that they need all the parking they can get, and maybe you do. I've done that for 29 years, and I have never seen that lot full. And I go back to when the Grand Union was actually open and operating all the time. The reason why we could get rid of those 28 spaces was because they were never used, they were closest to 9. Not since I've lived here. And I lived here back when there was still a drug, Malloy's was still there, as well as the liquor store. Those were all retail uses that have high volume and parking needs. The service businesses that are here right now don't typically have the same kinds of needs, and Board of Elections, we know, doesn't have the same needs either. So right now, I'm against keeping those spaces based on what Mr. Fitzgerald said. But I didn't hear from all my colleagues. It sounds like we're still kind of ambivalent. But if mine would be the one to say, if I'm the tie, I'm gonna go ahead and allow the parking because I want to make sure I support our colleagues, put it that way. So, and I believe that we
But
talked about having.
At what level? Reduced to 3, or what's?
Well, no, it's going to be reduced to 3.
Yeah, I
It
think
can't stay as it is right now.
we agree that our traffic consultant is telling us to remove the one. So we're agreeing to remove the one on the west side. Yeah.
That's the one that directly would have to go back into the worst area for
And we
the
can add
traffic
additional,
streams.
some low landscaping there.
I mean, I did write, where did I put it? I think what I need to make sure that we keep saying here is, it's not on aesthetic grounds that I'm not liking them. It's, and I'm using Mr. Fitzgerald's term, multiple traffic streams. You have traffic coming from this way, if they've gone to pick up Chinese takeout or whatever, takeout from El Guacamole. People could be going this way, people could be coming this way, can be coming this way. You have different traffic streams there, different purposes why people are traveling. And those in particular, again, that's more of a travel aisle than it is a parking aisle to me. So that's the range of my concerns there. And I just kind of used your words, is that okay? Sorry. So that's my biggest concern. But I also want to accommodate whatever parking needs you have. I haven't seen all the spaces in front of Feeds Plus used in the last 5 years, 6 years. I haven't seen all the spaces in front of Verizon, although I've been to Verizon a lot, and there are people in and there, out of there all the time. But it's not that hard to get in, find parking spaces, because there's still plenty. So I think there's enough parking spaces for the site as a whole, given what the specific uses are there now. Does that mean that the uses might change and we need more parking in the future? Maybe. Maybe there's a way to possibly bank the parking, but not have it allowed to be parking right now. We'll work that through. In the meantime, we had discussed sending this over to county planning, which I believe we can do by motion, and also to set a public hearing for May the 3rd. Does that still sound like what everybody wants to do, to start hearing public comments?
Yes.
Okay, may I get a motion to refer this to DC, it's as is, right? Or do you want us to wait until they've removed the fourth parking,
Just send as is, because we're going to get comments back.
Yeah.
Yes.
Anyways.
Okay, so may I get a motion to refer the plan set, the most recent plan set to Dutchess County Planning for review and comment?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. And may I get a motion to set the public hearing for May 3rd?
Well,
So moved.
Why don't,
Second.
do you want to
Up.
set it
Up.
for the 19th? We're more likely to hear back from county planning, or are you in?
We were hoping to get comments as early as possible, so we were
Just
trying
they
to
could
do-
start hearing public
Yeah.
comments. I don't know that we're going to hear public comments, but in case we
Right.
do.
Just in case.
And if they drive project changes, you want to hear those as early as possible.
Correct.
So, did I get a motion to
I
set it?
think you have a motion in a second.
Thank you.
I didn't catch it though. Ann made the motion?
Yes.
Seconded?
Stephanie, I think?
Chris.
Oh, Chris?
Or Chris.
Chris did.
Yep.
You guys are so fast. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any nays or abstentions? Motion carries unanimously. Whoosh.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Would you like to take a break for a
Yes.
moment?
Yes.
5 minutes.
I told you this was going to be a nice.
Yeah, you might have been right on that one.
Oh, let me get this thing out. Come on.
Yeah, he's all out. He doesn't share.
How you doing?
Yeah.
Put my ready.
As I got past this, I'm like, oh, this should be pretty easy, but they're not.
The next item on the agenda is Marco's Chalk. This is for a residence located at 16 Topanga Lane, which is a private property. This was if you've ever walked down, if you've ever been to the Vanderbilt Estate, you've made it down to Bard Rock, if you looked immediately north, you would see the house that this is proposed to replace. Easiest way now to say it. Welcome here, Mr. Andros. We turn it over to you.
Okay, our client purchased this property, I think in 2021, and they want to replace the existing house with a new one. And this is if you take a look at this area right here, which is the project site, this is Scenic Drive, and they get their access through an easement that goes across the railroad tracks, and they get to the property that way. If we take a look at this right here, we've had quite a bit of conversation with the zoning administrator with regard to the footprint of the house, and also with regard to the property lines. We had to have a new boundary survey done because when I got involved with the project, it just didn't seem right based on the old deeds, which basically call for along the shoreline of the Hudson River, and the Hudson River shoreline is anything but a series of very long straight lines. That would be more like a wharf down in New York City. So we had a new survey done, and come to find out, there was a variance issued for the original house to allow for the original house to be constructed within 10 feet of the property line. And come to find out, there were a couple of areas where there was incursion into this 10-foot setback. So after a lot of discussion, we established a new footprint that was pretty much past muster, not pretty much past muster with the zoning administrator. So this particular area, the dark line shows the existing footprint of the existing house. And the location is more fully shown with regard to the property line here. So we then go to the second sheet, which is the proposed new house, the footprint, and there's an area, the area which was non-conforming has been eliminated. So we have this one leg or one wall side of the new structure of the footprint, which basically is 10 feet or more from the property line. There's also been a bit of an addition that has been made, but that addition meets the zoning setbacks, et cetera, that exist today under the present zoning code. There's floodplain that's involved, and what else? We passed the archaeological muster, because the records indicated that back in 1980, before the house was built, the state archaeologists was down here to the site, located the areas that they were concerned with, and the new house was constructed away from those areas. So I sent the stuff up to SHPO for the current project, and they came back with a no jurisdiction, no problems. So basically, we've got a house with a footprint that meets all the zoning, the original variance, and then the new setback lines. This is more of a view showing the area which will, the area of disturbance for the project. Actually, this is the area, only one of the few areas on the site that's outside of the base flood elevation of the Hudson River, which is 8. We are proposing the regulations call for you have to be at least 2 feet with the lowest opening. The existing house, the lowest opening is at elevation 7, so that was an issue. We are going to set ours at 11, which is 1 foot higher than the minimum 2 foot elevation above the base flood for the Hudson. And the disturbance area that I've shown is basically this right here and around like that, because it's a very small area. This entire area is less than a half an acre that you see on the plan. And because of staging for various aspects of the construction, I felt that most of this area is going to get disturbed. So this is going to be all silt fenced. Again, it's a very small area, so silt fence will be effective. And then they can use it for staging and stockpiling material, et cetera, temporarily while the house is being built. There's some regrading that's being done because, again, at the existing house, there's a pass-through, there's a roadway through the house. That's gonna be gone under the proposed new house. So we have to have a way to access the lowest floor
And so we regraded a little bit. This is the existing driveway, but regraded, very minor regrading in order to get to some steps to go up into the main entrance. This has also been regraded over here because if just, as I just said, the existing house has a pass-through, you can drive a car through it. To get over to this southern part of the developed property, but with the raising of this whole thing, we won't be able to do that. So I have provided some a means to get around here to do any maintenance that has to be done, cut the grass, shrubs, et cetera, work on the building on this side and around this side. So this is not going to be, this is just going to be really, it's going to be grass because it's going to be used so infrequently. Obviously, if you're going to cut the grass, you can cut your way around. We're going to need a variance from the ZBA. That's this area right here. We already made an application and got a variance for a lap pool here on the property. This is the existing garage. This is the 100-foot stream corridor line for the Hudson River. And so you can see that everything that's developed on this site is within that stream corridor. So we have to go back in to the ZBA and get a variance to allow this house to be constructed on the same footprint basically as the existing one. The floodplain is shown basically here. We need a floodplain development permit because obviously the existing house is in the floodplain. As a matter of fact, the river runs through it, actually. But it's not going to run through it when we get done with it because it's going to be, the house is going to be elevated. So that's about it in a nutshell as to what we want to do here. It's in a SAS, scenic area of statewide significance, and I think that's pretty much why we're here, because it's on the river. That's it.
So before I go to the consultants, in your application letter, you have that you're requesting a waiver for photovoltaic elements, meaning all the lighting on the site until later on?
Well,
I was just going to ask you, are there any other waivers you're requesting?
The existing property if we could zoom in, there are some light posts. There's a light post here, light post here. This is the driveway coming in. And there are some light posts that exist. They're pretty short. I mean, they're not, you know, they're probably
That wasn't my question. That wasn't my
am.
question about the lighting. I said you requested that waiver. Do you have any other waiver requests? Because there's a lot of stuff that you don't show on the plans that you can just put waiver on the checklist on, but I didn't see that.
Yeah, well, they're going to stay. Those light posts are going to stay. And
That's not answering my question, Pete.
well,
Are there any other waivers you were requesting?
actually,
You're supposed to put W on the checklist for any other waivers, and all
Right,
you address is
and,
the lighting.
well, quite frankly, this is a single-family dwelling.
We normally do a site plan waiver, as you know, for single-family
Well,
residences.
we did discuss it to waive site plan, but that wasn't.
We have to have a recommendation from Ms. Moss.
Right, and so she was not going to make that recommendation.
That's what I figured.
So there's certain elements. The site plan approval won't be waived on this one, but there are elements of site plan requirements that perhaps you want to seek a waiver from. So some of the things that have been identified as
Yeah, we
missing.
really want to get waivers from like showing the landscape peninsulas for the parking. There's a whole list of things that don't even apply to this.
Right, so I think what Michael's asking is for you to
You know, I'd
provide.
like to have a waiver from the checklist.
Well, the checklist is what helps keep the board file together. So, for instance, construction specs, architectural stamp, those kinds of things that maybe are not necessary for this application, just ask for the waivers. So the board can evaluate the request.
Well, we do have architectural plans.
Yeah, I saw they were just submitted, but that's an example of an item on the list that's required that you can ask for a waiver from.
It goes in the whereases in the resolution we approve, whereas they requested these waivers when they were granted by the planning board, that's why.
Okay.
It's just a process thing.
Process. Right.
And you know Tad likes process.
Okay.
Comments? Ms. Franson?
I just began the review of this, but we did discuss that because this is a single-family dwelling, it's likely to be a type 2 action, so
Oh.
wouldn't be subject to seeker.
Yep.
In terms of design standards, I don't know that there are for this particular area. so-
They're not.
So it's really subject to planning board review. And again, but I don't know that there's much to guide you.
I'm going to go ahead and just lead the witness again and say that there's a structure, maybe, I don't know, 1,500 yards further north. It's the Friedman House, and it's 15,000 square feet, very modernist. This looks like a teensy little tiny version compared to that thing, the big hangar there, so to speak. So if we're talking about design standards for properties along the river, we don't have any. No, I'll point out, as long as everybody's laughing, that if you read the actual section of the code that describes what we're supposed to be approving in the waterfront, it refers to manorial residences. The manorial can be interpreted by anybody. When I think of manor house, I think of something old and British, or at least Georgian in style, something like that. I don't think of this, but at the same time, it's about the right size for a manor house. Mr. Friedman's is even bigger than a manor house. It could be a castle keep or something, but in other words, we don't have standards, and as long as we think that this is not offensive to others, I think we have to kind of
Right.
go with it.
Right. I think a lot of this comes down to the engineering, the floodplain development permit, et
That's
cetera,
why
more
Ted didn't
than
want,
anything else.
that's why Ted didn't want to waive it.
Yeah.
I'm guessing.
Yep.
It's because of its location. Peter?
Yes, not too much. I mean, we have the flood development permit application, we have the erosion control permit application, so those are the two things that we're going to look at. But again, he's building on the same footprint, so.
Smaller. They got rid of the overhang that.
Well,
the
okay,
variance.
right. I have a question, though. There was, and maybe that's on the existing house, there seems to be a ramp that leads down into the Hudson.
Yes.
What's that for?
It's
more of a curiosity question.
Oh, okay. They have some docks that they have to pull out every year, and they had a boat. This is the original, this is not the current one.
No, I
Okay, so that's why that ramp is there.
So to pull out like docks.
As a matter of fact, there's a big winch inside the building that they would use to pull the docks in.
Okay.
You could drive your boat right inside the house, pop out, go up the stairs, and be on the main level.
Well, I once saw down in Charlotte, North Carolina, when I was on the lake, a seaplane landed and taxied over to a house, and a big garage door opened up on the house. There was a ramp. The guy got out, folded up his wings, drove the seaplane in the house, and closed the garage.
All it takes is money.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to do that.
No, I don't think so either. But I was
That
just
happens, the seaplane thing happens a little bit farther up the river at the Locust.
Thank you.
Good point. That's a helicopter, I believe. Or does he do the seaplane
Well,
too?
seaplane. Yeah, they do a lot of practicing. I'm sure you've heard it on Sunday morning when it's nice and calm.
No, I'm too
practicing.
busy hearing the disco music across the river.
Oh,
What's it called, Hudson House?
you're more of a lighting and acoustics expert from the across the river.
Because I hear it so often.
Yeah, you got to shut the doors and turn the air on, basically.
Or next time, just turn my own music up and blast them across the river. Ms. Pardo, any comments?
As Bonnie said, it's a type 2 action under secret.
Oh, yeah.
We have a resolution for the board to classify it tonight. I know that new architectural plans were submitted. I'm not sure the board had had a chance to look at them.
The plan has been evolving. We've been meeting offline with Tad and you guys for a while, and they keep changing. What are the, before we go on, what are the panels or the louvers, whatever you're calling them?
Shutters.
The shutters?
They will evolve as well, so it's all.
Okay, one more time. We cannot approve anything that keeps
I
evolving.
understand that, there is
Can
certain.
you get the microphone?
We need the mic.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
So there's a couple of very good examples for those shutters, and often what's used is like ipe wood or kumaru wood. That's very durable, and it sort of like ages as well over time, and becomes like a grayish color, and it looks very natural. Having said that, there's a lot of those, and the reason why we did that is sort of like to make the upper floor look a little more abstract and make the building look a little less bulky, because the footprint itself from the size of the footprint and the permitted building height and so on, it might look a little bulky. And that's also why, and I think, unfortunately we don't have the renderings on this stick, I have them here, but the idea is sort of like that the ground floor gets a lot of planting, so the ground floor disappears, so that what's hopefully visible from the river is actually a two-story building. And on the west side facing the river, as well on the south side, the top floor is going to be set back. So only the second floor is sort of like utilizing the existing footprint, also to kind of like scale it down when it comes to the appearance of the building. The shutters, again, ideally, it's going to be a wood application, which would then go with, I brought a brick sample as well, which I think you might want to see, because part of the building, when it comes to the lines, they're supposed to be brick. The brick is a brick from Denmark, which is called Petersen Tegel, and it's a very special brick. We don't use a whole lot of that, so I think the budget is going to be, it's in the budget.
This is what you see, right?
Yeah, this is what you see. And the idea is sort of that the shutters, as they age, sort of blend into this brick as well, and it becomes like a more monolithic structure. But again, we are in the phase right now, because of we talked about specs or whatever, where we need to price this thing as well. So I have meetings with contractors set up for starting next week, to actually see what the feasibility of the shutters is if they're going to be made of ipe. So I have a couple of good examples when it comes to the image folder, which are very beautifully done ipe shutters. However, there's a lot of those. So it's kind of like, it's not going to be anything that's going to be reflective or is going to scream at you. So we really want to scale it down when it comes to that and really make it blend in. But for the public hearing, I hope I have a little more information than just say, we hope it's going to be ipe.
It wasn't labeled, so I didn't know if it looks sort of like water striations, or someone else said zebra, and I went, maybe it's metal.
Yeah, what you see here is true. It's a metal, because this is just not. It's a computer cut metal, which is sort of like reflecting a particular pattern. But it was done, at least on the elevations of the architectural. The rendering shows something different. The renderings actually does show ipe panels in a particular pattern. It's not 100% set yet, because this we know is going to be a very large expense, so we really need to talk to different sources and see like what this thing will cost. Because obviously, if you're going to go with perforated metal, which also can be any shape, it's going to be considerably cheaper and would fit the budget better. However, the intention is actually to go with wood, because it just would be a nicer product.
Do you want to hold off on the hearing till you have a better idea of what you're proposing? Because you'll have to come in for a site plan amendment if you change it later.
Yeah, no, I think I would rather come for an amendment later. Okay. Because I don't think, look, whatever we suggest later, I don't think it's something where you would say no. Because it's also like, I think if it's going to meet our standards in regards to the looks, this is obviously a great project for us, So we really want to make it right. So even if we're going to come for an amendment, I don't think it's going to be something where we're going to hit closed doors. So I think we are fairly confident, that whatever we propose with maybe another change to this proposal might eventually get approval. So for us, what's really important is like when it comes to, specs and to go forward with the project is, and I hear this anyway in this hearing, that there's no great opposition, but in order for us to really move the drawings further, we really would like to have the approval. Because at this point, this whole process, like there was a couple of things. First, the survey was wrong, so we had to change a couple of things when it comes to the survey. And it eats away, manpower cost, and the profit deflates on an hourly rate down to $7 an hour. And it's like kind of like not very,
I just want to point out, that's what Victoria was noting. If you change this fairly substantially, meaning you're showing metal and it goes to wood, TAD's not going to let you say, oh, that's de minimis and just don't worry about it. She'll make you come back to it for a site plan amendment, and there's the same cost for an amendment as there is for the original application. That's why we're sort of making sure you're aware of that, that's all.
Yeah, okay. I mean, again, like our goal is that whenever we're going to have the hearing, that we will have really the final product and really know what it is, However, I don't think we want to wait until then. So even if there's an amendment.
What is the size of the panels?
Well, the windows upstairs they're approximately 8.5, 9 foot tall. So that's
tall,
what.
and how each.
Well, they bifold.
Right. Okay.
Most of them they do this,
So Ipe is heavy. I mean, that's right.
Yeah, I know.
Very heavy.
Very heavy. Yeah.
Engineering is,
Yeah, I mean that's something that Robert Murray is the structural engineers project. So there's clearly a lot of stuff when it comes to figuring it out, like what exactly the it needs to accommodate that.
Right.
Before I start with asking my colleagues to comment, I didn't see a request for when you want to have a public hearing, and we don't have it in the resolution classifying the action. Are you thinking about having a public hearing shortly?
Chairman, I was going to suggest that we wait to see what the zoning board does with the variances before we set the hearing.
Because that's why we're classifying this tonight, because the zoning board can then take action because we've already done seeker.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. That's fine by me. Let me start to my inner left. Ms. Wasser.
Oh, thank you. I did actually look at the package and the drawings and the elevations, and it looks great to me, but I haven't gone into more detail, and I'm not ready to make more comments.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Waters.
It's still, like I said, I didn't see the latest plans or the architectural stamp plans, so I looked at it briefly, noted some things, but I'll just hold until I see the set that, I guess, did it just arrive?
It came yesterday.
Yes.
But it only came digitally,
Right.
so.
Okay, so I'll go on, yeah.
Put it on the
Okay, so
website.
then I did see part of it, but, yeah.
I didn't review that part, I only reviewed the physical package.
Mr. Veith?
It's a single-family house, and looks great. That's all the comments.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Dexter?
You're replacing an existing house, so, hope is that kind of what it looks like?
Well, it's
Kind of?
No, I can't look. I can show you a rendering because this is like it's an elevation. Whatever building you see.
But that's all we deal with here, really.
Right, but hold on. Let me show you something very quick. But unfortunately, it's not on the stick, so I need to show it on my computer. But it gives you a considerably better idea. Let me, because it just looks. This is like.
Oh.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. All right.
IT number 27.
Okay.
And that looks different from what I last saw.
This is like from the riverside.
Yep.
So it's a lot of planting.
A lot of open air.
And the round thing on the right that's sort of copper colored is their grill. It's built in, because I couldn't figure that one out either.
And then this
Crazy architect.
So
You think the owner would waste his time coming here?
yeah, so this is. I mean,
Thank you.
I don't know who he is.
Yeah, no comments.
Mr. Oliver?
That's okay. I'm sure it's beautiful.
It is a single-family
If you show it to me, then I'm actually going to want it.
and
no
type
problem.
2 action.
Give me my
I don't anticipate many comments, but the renderings look great, and I
Thank
don't
you.
see any issues.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Mr. Garcia?
I just echo Chris's comments. I don't really anticipate mean, it's a single-family house, so.
Replacing an existing one.
Yes, so, no comment.
So, as I said, we have a resolution prepared tonight. I don't really have any comments either. I assume that you're going to tap into the existing septic? There's no change to that that's required? Because you're keeping the same number of bedrooms? Oh, let me rephrase that. This was one of those illegal ones that had an extra bedroom at the top that I found out, that was not ever approved. What would that number of bedrooms be?
3.
That's all you're going to have?
Yeah.
There were 4 in the old one. You remember the attic space up above?
Oh, the existing one?
Yeah.
Oh, my God. Let's let it-
Okay.
Wow.
Okay. 3 bedrooms. No, we really don't want septic failing
No,
at this
that's true.
location.
That's why it's 3 bedrooms.
Thank you.
That's what it was approved for.
Well, remember, we have a lot of
That's
people.
why we're at elevation 11, because we have to get more gravity.
Right, gravity.
Otherwise, I don't really have any comments. It was suggested that we circulate this as a courtesy. Am I remembering this correctly? Victoria? Do a courtesy circulation to DEC, but I'm not sure why.
So we said that we
Once
could do
revised.
that. For county planning, it's going to have to go at some point because it's within the municipal boundary. CAC, because of the wetlands, DEC, again, because of the wetlands and the water. Town of Hyde Park Historical Society was thrown around because it's in the SAS. But we can hold off on doing those.
Oh, yeah.
Until we set the hearing, or you can start that process tonight. It's up to the board.
The reason we say this is because, well, first, the Hyde Park Historical Society sent a specific letter requesting that we be added to interested agencies. Reminder that interested agencies do not get full plan sets. And in this case, I don't think we'd be sending plan sets anyway, would we? Except for county planning?
No, I mean, now that everything's on the website, we can just send a letter saying. it's
That's what I'm
available.
saying, because everything's on the website. So let's go ahead, I think we should, do we need to make that by motion to refer?
You would have to do it by motion.
Okay. I believe I copied DEC, CAC, the ZBA we'd be referring to, but that,
SHPO?
does this go to the state
It
historic?
already went to SHPO.
That's what I thought, it automatically goes. And then,
Scenic Hudson.
Do you want to send it to scenic?
You said county planning, too.
Well, it also needs to go to county planning. If we're doing all the referrals, we can do that now as well.
that's what I was going to say, that's their 239M.
County planning. And then do you want to send to the local historical society? It's not an agency, but
No, neither is the CAC, but they're required to give us comments. But with
Okay.
this, because it's in a SAS, I don't think that there's any, well, it's visible from Bard Rock, I suppose, but we're not going to, I think this is an aesthetic improvement. Let me make sure I say that clearly over what's, if you're standing at Bard Rock, what you see, the current house doesn't look bad when you get up close to it. It needs some help. So let me make sure I got this right. CAC, DEC, Hyde Park Historical Society, Scenic Hudson.
county planning.
And county planning under 239M. Making a motion to refer the application to the Conservation Advisory Council, the Department of Environmental Conservation, the Hyde Park Historical Society, Scenic Hudson,
County Planning.
and Dutchess County Planning under 239M.
Zoning board
And
of appeals.
Oh, and ZBA for variances.
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
That's 6.
Okay, that's the way but there's no plans going because, except for the county planning.
Right, but they can go out to the website.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then otherwise, we'll wait to hear back from you guys.
We have the,
Oh, sorry.
We have a resolution.
You have this resolution, Ms. Dexter, Vice Chair.
resolution classifying the action, Marcos and Chalk Residence, resolution number 2023-16. Whereas, now therefore be it resolved that the planning board is hereby classifies the project as a type 2 action under seeker.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you.
There was one, but I
It's
can't
okay.
form.
Any further discussion? There being none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. So we'll wait to hear back from you to set a public hearing based on your, I guess, initial conversation with the Zoning Board of Appeals.
So we're going to meet again before we schedule a public hearing? Or we're gonna
You can
schedule-
tell me when to schedule a public hearing as well. You don't have to come here just to request that. You can give me a call and say, in 2 weeks, please set a public hearing for May 19th, June, whatever.
Basically, you need the waivers, right?
Just the request to
That's
waivers.
simple enough.
Well, and we don't want to open the hearing and then have it continue it while the zoning board.
That's for sure.
So,
Okay.
at least get that started. I don't think, we may not hear comments from anybody. This is not a secret circulation, this is just a courtesy circulation, so.
Right,
anyway.
yeah, it isn't a secret circulation, that's for sure.
Nope, nope. So,
right.
good to see you guys again.
Thank
Have a
you
nice
very much.
night.
Appreciate it, thank you.
Oops.
All right, next.
Next item on the agenda is, I believe, Al's Yard Salvage and Auto. And I'm not going to try to give a background on this because it's pretty sloppy, no offense. I'll turn that over to you.
My name's Tom Cummings. I'm the engineer for Al Hoteling, who is very ill with the flu and could not make it tonight, but he asked me to go forward with the presentation and see where things lead to. I brought an easel. I didn't know if you have it up on the screen or not, or if not, I
Go to
can
our
set my
secretary and
easel.
see
Yes,
what she's got.
So you do have something, okay.
Tom,
No?
what do you want to start with as far as the plan?
Oh, just the site plan,
Okay.
yeah. I didn't know, I can set the site, I have it right
Scroll
here.
down and it'll come up with the plan, that's everything you submitted.
It's funny, 'cause it's certainly not laid out like this. It's awful.
Okay.
Good question.
Now, is there a zoom
Yep, right on the top left.
up here?
Nope, to the left. Left, there you go.
Oh, okay.
Plus or minus?
Time to
There
get
you
it
go.
fixed.
There we go.
Okay, the shaded area represents the new addition that he built, which ended up being about 7 feet from the property line. The back property line is a line that jogs along here behind the building. There were previously, there were two metal storage containers, like shipping containers, that he stores parts and things in, and materials to do the work inside to prep the cars. This large rectangle is just a lean-to on a couple of posts, and it also rests, it's attached to and rests on top of the shipping container on the left, and this is his house. And this area is the original garage. And at one time, there was a shed behind here, and he told me that the new addition doesn't go any further back than the shed, but it's still less than 25 feet, which is the side yard setback. And it's approximately 7 feet. He also owns this property next door, and he owns the property on the south side as well. And he told me that he can cut this off across here so that it's all even, And again, this is just a lean-to that's resting on some pressure-treated posts that have been set in the ground, and then the side along here rests on top of the shipping container. I did provide some photographs. You probably have that in your documents. I tried to get an elevation from all four sides of everything so you could kind of see how it all relates. So at this point, we're applying for a zoning variance, at the same time planning board, I guess planning board comments to the zoning board.
So it's unclear what you're asking us to approve, in my opinion. This is the small version of the plan. There's no record of a pool here. There's no record of the circular horse track or whatever it is, riding range, riding track. So this was the, I'll speak more loudly.
Yeah, I have hearing aids.
I'll speak more loudly. This is an old plan. This is stamped with your stamp, but it doesn't have a date. The revisions are handwritten in. This has been used over and over again, including by us, to keep reapproving when this isn't what it looks like at all. I mean, if this is a survey, it has to be a real survey that's up to date. This is not up to date. If this is the house, there is a big pool over here. I drove by and looked. I've seen it myself. There's some sort of horse riding something down here. These spaces, we can't reapprove if there's no way to reapprove them. This is shown, actually, I think, as scrap metal in this area, where the, again, pool is. So before we go on, because I'm not trying to be insulting, I need to read something that Ms. Moss, who had to leave at 8:30, wrote. It is unclear at this time if the structure will meet the building code. I recommend the applicant contact the building department about what is required to obtain a building permit if the owner is willing to undertake the project. I'm going to go backwards in this. The building within which the used car sales is housed was expanded without a building permit or approvals. Without a building permit is the big issue here, you probably know. The used car sales license was not renewed because of this violation, so the use has lapsed. The owner has been given a chance to remedy the violation by obtaining approvals. Several items were removed, including site plan approval and variance from the side yard setback. In addition, there's also no special use permit, which is required for a scrapyard in this area. The Greenbelt, this is an allowed use, but it has to have a special use permit, which you don't have, I can find. If you can find it, or the owner can, please let us know. Additional variances may be required as the construction also impacts the requirements for salvage yards, and changes to the salvage yard plan require a special use permit, as Tad said. The pool also needs to be addressed because there is no building permit or certificate of occupancy for the pool. There's multiple violations on the site. Tad's suggesting that you talk to Mr. Westermeyer in the building department before you proceed. I'm not sure where that takes you afterwards, if this can or can't be done, but it's going to be a question of finance, I believe. Because if you didn't get building permits in advance of construction, you know, you have to go through some higher hurdles because Don wasn't there to witness everything he's supposed to witness. So that's what Tad wanted me to tell you. I can turn it over to the consultants for comments. Ms. Franson?
So I did have a chance to review the application, just technically the site plan application. That property is owned by two individuals, not one. And so I think only Mr. Hotelin had signed it, but the other individual should as well consent to that submission. I'm going to end up repeating things that Michael has already said. You know, there's a question as to, is this covered by the special use permit? Or is there a special use permit? The site plan in general, because it has been kind of recycled and reapproved over time, it's very difficult to read. And so, you know, by virtue of the fact you said approximately 7 feet from the property line, we really don't have a survey as to where these buildings are. Or once upon a time, there was a very clear survey, but again, we can't really read it at this point for purposes of site plan review. There's a question as to whether that site plan has expired because there were various improvements, as Michael had mentioned, that never got constructed. And what's there now is different from what's been approved. And so I think there's general question about, again, the validity of this current site plan that you had submitted. I think it would especially be useful to understand how is this building being used, because you had a smaller building, this L shape has already been added to the building. What's happening in there? Because I think the tax assessor role said auto body shop, garage, are there repairs being done? Is it auto, do you know what's happening in there?
Mostly, like, if he sells a used car, he might bring it in there to put pinstripes on, or fix something small, like a rear view mirror might have fallen off, so they'll stick a rear view mirror on, just to get the car, I guess, to detail it or clean it, armor all the dashboard, the seats, things like that, just to prepare the car for sale.
The reason I ask is, the question is this sort of another principal separate use, or is this part of the used car sales that have been approved? So we just need to understand the relationship of this building relative to the other uses that occur there. The elevation maps, the elevations that you did, I don't believe they were signed, the maps, so in the future, when you resubmit, that would be needed. You know, again, the site plan, the stamp, is that old? There should be a date to it. We don't know whether now overall the site meets the bulk requirements, you know, such as impervious surface area, et cetera. You have the green belt standards, but it doesn't actually say what's provided, what's happening on the site now. One of the things I came across, and it's kind of, you know, if you look at the photos, I see 55-gallon drums, I see things occurring there being stored on the site, and the EAF that was prepared wasn't done with the mapper. And one of the things that popped up when you use the DEC mapper is that it indicates that the subject or an adjoining site has been subject to remediation. So I had a general question, is there anything happening on this site in terms of remediation? Because nothing was showing up. So it's a general question, given some of the activities that have happened there.
That I would have to ask Mr. Hoteling. I really don't know anything more than that.
Okay. In terms of...
Brenning's Turtle also popped up, didn't it? Because there's a water stream that goes through this?
Yep, so those are wetlands and water bodies popped up that had been answered no, but they're present. And also, what had been responded to as no in terms of species, Blanding's turtle is noted. So, and then it's also across from Beck Park in terms of, those are some of the cleanups we had as far as the EAF. But I think we have to understand the scope of the project. I don't know whether you're approving just this building or if more has to be approved because of all the activities that have happened there that may have not gotten approvals that required them. So we really can't say, is this type 2, is this unlisted? I think we need additional information. So those are my preliminary comments. Thank you.
It's also, it looks like it's
I understand he had some kind of a permit that had expired, and he went to renew the permit, and that's when he was told he couldn't renew the permit until these violations were cleaned up. So I believe he did have some kind of a permit for the used car lot.
A car sales license, not a permit.
And that,
Thank you.
But again, the plan that we're shown is an older plan that doesn't reflect what's there. Yes. Mr. Sotero, segues over to you.
Yeah, I mean, I really don't have any engineering comments at this point. I mean, I think we've had this project, or this like property before us in the past, and it was quite some time ago, but, so I don't really have any engineering comments. I think we're all on the same page that, you know, subject to whether I gotta think of how I can say this, as to how, meeting with Don and seeing what would have to be done to get a valid building permit for what was built illegally, you know.
I think Don Westermeyer put a stop work order on it after he found out about it.
I'm sure he did, yeah.
And then he kicked it to Tad.
Right.
And then that's why we're here.
So, I mean.
He knows about it.
Oh, no, but I mean, you know, the owner, is going to have to spend probably a decent amount of money to get this site permitted, and we would need a brand-new survey that shows what's on the site today, and a bulk table, as, you know, Bonnie was saying, that goes through all, you know, the zoning and bulk, like, regulations, but, so I guess you'll have to take it step by step, and I think the first thing is meeting with Mr. Westermeyer and seeing, you know, the hoops that are going to have to be jumped through.
Well, the building, I drew that building on there, and it's very accurate. I drew and provided elevations that are very accurate and detailed.
I get that,
But Tom, I mean, you don't know.
That's not what we're going to be approving. We have to approve the whole site. The whole site has to show what's there now, including the pool and everything else.
Okay.
Also, you know, there's 50-foot buffer required for salvage yards now.
I thought we were there just for the variation for the building itself because it was too close to the property line.
You have multiple violations. You're up here because the only way you can cure the violation is to go through us.
Now.
But you have violations more than just the building. That's why I read the letter off first. There is no building permit for the pool
This is the
either.
first I knew that they were violations. I thought everything was.
Were you representing the same gentleman when we had Al's on Salt Point Turnpike?
Yes.
The garage?
The garage? Were you representing that application as well? Before the board? You came before us when you were trying to do some expansion on Al's garage on the Salt Point Turnpike?
Yes.
So you're surprised that he proceeded to do things without any permission?
No.
No offense, no offense. But
no.
He did stuff there that he was not allowed to do, and then you abandoned the application.
Right. Well, what happened was, from what he told me, he decided not to do the expansion on Salt Point Turnpike because he bought another garage on 9G, and that allowed him to expand by just going into that other building on 9G.
Why destroy the land around it without an erosion and soil permit?
I'm sorry.
Remember they dug a lot of dirt up there out and removed soil?
Yes, he
There was no permit for that.
He removed soil or pushed it back. I don't know what he did.
There was no erosion and soil.
He was going to build a building there, and we were preparing to come before the board, and then he told me, stop, because
You actually
I
came
built
before
a
the
new
board, Mr.
garage on
Cummings. You
Route
came before
9G.
the board, Mr. Cummings.
Hmm?
You were in process. You came before the board, we started to review it, and then he did the work illegally, in my opinion, and then left.
Yes, well, I can't
There might be a
stop him.
pattern here, is what I'm trying to
policeman.
tell you. There might be a pattern here, is what I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah,
That's all.
I'm not a policeman. I'm an engineer. I try to solve problems. He hired me to solve his problems. He tells me, I'm not going to pay you to do anything more. Stop doing it. So what do I do? If he says stop, I'm not going to pay you to go forward because I bought this new garage on 9G. So I'm
That's
just
another
an messenger.
application, but in this case.
I'm a professional.
In this
I-
case,
I do what
again,
people hire me to
there are other
do.
violations that he needs to remedy with this
I
site.
didn't create his violations.
No, I'm just letting you know there are other violations that he needs to remedy with this site.
So the planning board cannot approve the site plan as you've presented it because that underlying plan is not accurate. And it's not, you know, it's not what's on the site now and not what he could do.
I'm
moving forward.
understanding that.
So
I thought
the
he might have.
recommendation is that you speak with the building inspector first before spending more money on the site plan to see if what you've built is actually permittable. You know, does it have to come down because it doesn't comply with code at all, or is there some way to legalize it? Then you can discuss with your client the next
That's fair
steps.
enough. I mean, as far as the swimming pool, I don't know anything about that. I thought he got a swimming pool permit from Don when his kid wanted to swim a couple years ago, so I figured the pool was all legit. I have no idea. All I know is Westermeyer gave him a stop work order on the building, so then he went to Tad, and she said we had to come before the board, and then COVID hit, and nothing happened, and now we're back here for the first time in a couple of years, because that building's been up now for 3 years.
This never made it to the board.
What's that?
This application did not make it to the board pre-COVID. I have that
it
kind of
did
memory
not. It
system,
did
I
not.
promise you.
We were in the process of preparing a site plan to submit, and I had spoken with Ted back 2.5, 3 years ago, and then COVID hit, and then it just fell by the wayside.
When did
And then
Mr. Westermeyer issue the work?
And then we got a letter from Tad in the fall, in October or November, a few, 5, 6 months ago, and that's what started the ball rolling again, so that's brought us to here. But as far as the pool, we can get those surveyed, we can find out what permits or what C of Os there are, what, all of that. I can speak to Don. This, to me, this was just like a first-time meeting to find out where we go from here.
So Tad's suggestion that you meet with Mr. Westermeyer before we continue processing here, just because we could be eating up escrow, time, et cetera.
I mean, he already spent a lot of money to apply for this. He wants to legitimize everything and do the right thing, I believe.
If he wants to legitimize everything, we've given you the path forward on that. Identify all the problems. I've already pointed out several of them to you. I think the riding ring I don't think that requires any building permit or anything, so that should be okay. The horse, I assume it's a horse riding ring. I'm not really sure. That doesn't require a building permit, but it still needs to be shown because...
Yeah, he built it without a building permit.
Well, no, I don't think you need one, is what I'm trying to say, but we do need to just have it shown in a survey. Not that these are now parking spaces, because they're not going to be parking spaces for auto sales or repair if there's a riding ring on it and
Right.
people are riding horses around it.
There's also a driveway in the proposed buffer
Well,
and
there's a lot of stuff.
lots of,
There's also a stream that runs through this, and it looks like that, yeah,
What's
buffer
a
on the
stream?
side is, well, on the survey there was a stream shown, and you can still see a stream in
Yeah.
life when you see it. It may be degraded substantially.
Yeah, this was originally approved in 2014, and I presented it back then when the board approved it originally, before he added these buildings and things.
that was just the auto, the used
Yes.
car portion was approved in 2014 as an accessory to the salvage yard.
Yes.
Yeah.
The salvage yard was approved much earlier, so.
That's
Right,
why.
Right.
Yes.
Yep.
We've been trying to figure out, for once, I have no memory of this application.
There was some, and I don't remember,
It was
but there
pretty
was
straightforward.
something
Yeah.
here, I don't remember.
Yeah,
what
2014, it was the ability for him to sell used cars at
Okay.
the existing site,
That could've
in
been
an
it.
existing garage.
How did we not notice that the scrapyard had no special use
Because
permit?
so scrapyards under your zoning law are not, existing scrapyards at the time the zoning law was adopted were not required to come in to get a special permit. They had
Okay.
to get a scrapyard license and renew it annually. So they're sort of grandfathered.
Okay.
So once you start making changes to your scrapyard, however,
Then
now
it
you have to
needs-
come in compliance with the new zoning code. New, it's old now, but that's how it's drafted. So at the time, the accessory garage for used car sales was treated as an accessory, not changing the scrapyard use. So that's how they did not apply for the special use permit at that time.
Okay.
Yeah, I
So...
remember it went through really quickly.
That's why I don't remember it. So, in addition to all the barrage of insults I just threw at Mr. Cummings, it wasn't meant at you personally. It was meant at somebody that you're representing tonight, because this is a bit ridiculous. This is a neighborhood around this area. There's no screening. If I lived here, I'd hate the neighbors. put it
There's
that way.
fences around it. He has stockade fences.
Some not in the best of shape in
Yeah.
some places. But if, they would have to come into conformance now with the scrap yard regulations?
We should talk to Tad. It's ultimately her determination. But it's, in her letter, she did say a special permit would be
Yeah,
required
it's
for
required,
changes.
but-
And in order for you to give the permit, we're going to have to bring them into compliance.
The new code, or the old new code, the newish code, I believe requires some sort of open space area?
And a 50-foot setback around the perimeter and all sorts of regulations.
And he does own the property on both the north side and the south side of this.
It wouldn't matter in terms of
Right,
screening because
right.
they can be sold. That's all I'm saying.
No, I know, but-
That's all. Yes.
Is he actually still operating the scrapyard component? Is he scrapping metal? Is it just
I don't
mostly used
know.
cars?
I
It-
don't know.
If you look at the aerials from much earlier to now, it looks like the number of scrap cars on site has been reduced significantly.
I know he had somebody come in and remove about 20 or 30 cars about 2 years ago. I don't know if he's done it since then. A scrapper came with a truck multiple days and took like 20 or 30 cars away from there to be scrapped or crushed. I had a car, it was my daughter's car, and he had put it in the scrapyard just to store it for temporarily till he could move it, and the scrapper came and took it and crushed my daughter's car.
Oh, my gosh.
And
That's a terrible story.
yeah, so I do know that he had sent scrap out of there.
That is literally a terrible story.
Yeah, well, it was an old car, but it's still.
How does your daughter, oh, well, never mind.
She was upset because she had some things in the trunk that were personal and they were lost, and
Well, you heard a lot of O's over there, so.
stuff like that happens.
So
but
rather than continue time, because they're charging by the hour right now, or by the whatever portion of the hour, instead of having the board provide comments, why don't you meet with Mr. Westermeyer and then,
And get the list.
and get the list?
But I do know he's sending scrap out of there.
Oh, no, it's not
Yeah.
that, it's just,
Yeah.
again, this is going to be an expensive undertaking, we think, to move this forward to an approval. So talk to Don, maybe you can get a better idea of what the cost estimate for this, for everything that would need to be done. I mean, for starters, you're going to have to do a new survey.
Okay, yeah, I'll start with Don, and then,
And the zoning board, he's in front of the zoning board.
I've already applied for the variance?
yeah.
But it's hard to do a variance without
Without an accurate
an
survey.
accurate.
I was just going to say there's, oh, never mind.
Yeah, I can go back up.
You need to, yeah.
He should save his money and,
In addition, we don't know what variances are required, if this is going to take a special use permit and the encroachment around,
Don't waste time.
I know. Let's move this along.
at any rate.
Yeah.
Okay.
We need to
We need
move
to
on.
get through the rest of the agenda.
Moving right along.
So,
Okay.
It's on here, is this it?
In Belfield.
I'm not sure what you're looking for.
I'm looking for the variance
No,
application.
I don't have it in my.
Oh, it's not,
Don't worry about
it's not
that.
an hour.
It's-
Yeah.
There's no sense in even
Yeah,
going there.
it's go to Mr. Westermeyer and get your list of items that need to be addressed.
And I would suggest that you have a pre-application conference with Tad and a couple of members of the zoning, I mean, the planning board next time, so we don't do this in public. I mean, we'll still be in public, but we won't have a quorum, in other words, so we can kind of work through things faster. That makes any
Yeah, that's
sense?
fair.
After you've spoken with Mr. Westermeyer.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you,
Thank
and good
you so
luck, good
much.
luck. This looks like a,
It's
A
a
bear.
tough case.
Gonna be
Yeah.
there.
Did he pay you for the car?
And we
Tom?
I hope he's feeling better.
He
did
doesn't.
the scrapper pay you for your daughter's car?
Well, we worked it out. But it was an old car. It was maybe worth $1,000 at the most. You know, it
To
wasn't.
most people in Hyde Park, $1,000 is a lot of money, let's be honest. And it's the principle of the thing, so.
Oh, yeah, he wasn't around when it happened, and I can't blame him. It was the scrapper that came and took it by mistake. He was supposed to take 20 cars, and he took 21 or whatever, and
Good luck.
All right, next on the agenda.
Next item is Emmett Bellafield.
Thank you.
Welcome back. I think you were gone for a while, Ms. Leibelt.
Yeah.
So, this is a request, this is for the Inn at Bellafield, but the hotel that you see rising and looking more and more complete every day, Larry.
Yes.
Uh,
Thank you,
This
Larry.
is a request for a site plan waiver because they changed lighting fixtures. And the overall foot candles for the site increase. But it's important to remember that the Greenway guidelines are that needs to be an average of 2.0 across the site. There can be hot spots within at different areas, particularly the LED lighting. Let me turn it over to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and Planning Board. Glad to be back. Larry Boudreau with Belfield, and this is Jared O'Connor. He has joined me, so he's up at the trailer, and I have company, and it's great. But you're welcome anytime. Anybody wants to come up, want to go through the hotel?
Do you still have the City Winery booth sitting on the, I may need that after tonight. You never know.
Come on.
Maybe
Come on, we got it. Thank you for getting us on the agenda, because it was kind of a quick thing. The way this all started, then I'll go through what we submitted. Bill Hoy, everybody knows Bill Hoy, the Shaner PM that's building the hotel. He called and said he had a call with the security department and noticed that our average foot candles were 1.6 and Marriott code is 2. So what do we do? And so I said, well, put together a package and I'll send it up to Tad and get some direction.
Do I have to stay there?
And her direction was that it needed to come to the board to review. So that's why we're here.
So you're requesting a waiver of site plan? Ms. Moss and Mr. Sotero were not comfortable with just saying this is de minimis and put onto an as-built survey. Because Ms. Moss discovered that there was a lot of discussion, we allowed larger heights than normal because there were not as many light poles, et cetera, so those were her concerns.
Yep.
We cannot take action tonight on a waiver request because she hasn't made a recommendation to us, and that's required. She must recommend the waiver before we can act.
Okay.
But she's actually she's not here now, but she was waiting to hear what we had to say. So essentially, let me just throw this out to the board. Board, you've seen the style that they're showing is very, as they say in the Deep South, similar. It's very similar. Larry's from this house, so I can say that to him. They're similar in style and look. They do cast a little bit different light candles, and that's basically the bulk of the change that you're talking about, right?
I can go through it if you want.
Is it changed? George, you said this was different than what we have?
There's two.
No.
The
What?
presentation, there's 2 extra slides for more information.
Yeah, it's just more information.
Okay.
So I'm asking the board, do you guys have any issues with this? Do you want to see the full presentation?
No.
No, I don't want to see a full presentation, but I would just like a summary of the number of poles changing and...
No.
Okay.
Number of poles.
And the same heights, same
do
height.
not change. The
Okay.
heights do not change. The Kelvin degrees do not change.
It's just the model of the
It's just
lamp.
the model of the light, and with that new model, it's a little brighter. Not much, but just enough to up the average to 2.
Thank you. That was a great
From-
summary. That's all I
from-
needed.
Okay.
From 1.6.
From 1.6.
1.6 to 2.
I don't have a problem with it.
Anybody else?
No, not at all.
Okay, well, sorry you had to wait for all of that.
Okay, I had the banana bread.
You're welcome to take some home to your wife. Since she liked the eggnog, you can bring some home to her and tell its compliments of me. More importantly, we'll give her, we will instruct Ted that we were all okay with this, which I think she'll learn from Cynthia before I even bother to tell her.
So you're waiving site plan instead of just granting an amendment?
No, we're recommending to the ZA that
She
they
was saying,
recommend to us.
we cannot waive it without her giving the recommendation first, and she wanted to see if we had any major concerns. But if we go through a site plan amendment, that's a much more lengthy process.
Because we
We have to have a public hearing, and it's got to go to county
waive the
planning.
hearing, but, right.
It's gotta go to county planning?
County planning.
And we can waive a hearing also if Ms. Moss says we're going to waive a hearing.
Okay, I'm just trying to say if there was any way to, yes.
I mean, the
fine.
plans will have to be updated, right?
Is it
It depends on what route Tad wants to follow. There could just be
Or just a...
a typical a sheet with the typical lighting.
Yeah, I mean, the photometrics have been provided in this.
We have those. I'm just thinking about how we add this into, if it's a waiver, we'll work it through. It's internal.
And so you're gonna just let Tad know you don't have any issue?
Yep.
Yes.
Yep. That's it.
Okay, so we come back in 2 weeks?
If you want to hear us do a resolution that we waive site plan, yes. But you could just stay at home with a nice
at
cold
home
beer and watch
banana bread.
Watch us being live streamed.
Oh.
Turns out, well, you're staying here, so it's not as though you're coming from Connecticut, I don't think, right?
Yeah, no, yeah, it's not far. Well,
You
Far
live in
enough.
that construction trailer
Far
on
enough.
site.
At any rate, if you want to come in 2 weeks, you can, but otherwise, you don't need to.
yeah, well, we'll be here for the other thing.
Oh, well, that's true, you'll be here
Yes.
anyway. Okay.
So, great, thank you very much, everybody.
Thank
Have a
you,
great
sorry for
night.
the anticlimax that you prepared this and we didn't let you show it. Next item on the agenda, Winnicke Land Trust lot line alteration.
Hello,
Welcome.
everybody. Thank you. So we got the comments pretty late yesterday from the engineer. So we have not had time to address them. Some of them.
No, you don't have to. I mean, those are just more some like topics for like discussion. This is just your first presentation. So I just wanted to give you some. These are just some of my thoughts that we can discuss.
I sat with you at the pre-app meeting, so
Yes.
I'm familiar with this, but the rest of the board hasn't seen it yet, so you should probably go through your standard.
Absolutely.
Kind of what you did with Tad and I.
Yeah. So basically, as Cynthia's pulling this up, Winnicke Land Trust obtained a considerable amount of acreage. Thank you. Earlier last year, and most of the land is vacant, but there is this one little clump of houses that is currently 3 structures, residential structures, that have people in them. And what the land trust is trying to do is they want to segment this piece off and they want to sell it, because they're not in the business of being landlords, they're in the business of protecting land. And so we're here to, I guess, to do this in the most efficient way possible. At the moment, what we're proposing is a lot line adjustment. So basically, we're taking 2 lots within the town of Hyde Park and reconfiguring them into one giant lot and one smaller lot with the residents. We do have a town line here, and our survey did extend into the town of Clinton, and there's multiple tax parcels in Clinton. We can remove the meets and bounds, so we're not trying to propose any lots in the town of Clinton. We're basically just trying to take these 2 tax parcels, and I should mention, one of them actually goes across the road. There was some thought about subdividing this piece out, but the land trust has decided that they want to keep it as simple as possible. We just want to get rid of these houses, and get them off, off of the land. So, at the moment, we have plotted the wetlands based on GIS information and some physical measurements, but they have not been delineated. Same for all of these small pieces. There's a stream here, and there's also another stream up here. We have not added the buffer yet. That was one of the comments that might be a good idea. So we will add that. There's 100-foot buffers involved for both the stream and the wetlands. But other than that,
wait. We don't have a 100-foot buffer around wetlands.
No,
Not streams,
just a stream.
we do.
It's streams only.
Oh, okay. So on the stream, we can add that. We're well.
The DEC has the 100-foot adjacent
Right,
area
that's
around
what-
DEC wetlands, but these
Right,
are not
that's what I
DEC
said. I
wetlands.
said
No.
they should add the
Yeah.
100-foot buffer, and
On the
again,
stream.
you don't need to have somebody go out and delineate it. What you did using GIS is fine.
Sure. Yeah, we're far enough away.
And it's just more to say, as I had said here, that within the 100-foot buffer of the stream and the DEC wetland, not that they're going to do any work there, but just to have like a note on the map within that buffer to say if any disturbance is done within the buffer of the wetland, that you have to go get permits from either the town for the stream or, the DEC for, the wetland. It's just,
Okay.
again, not that they're going to do anything, but.
And then the other element, which I haven't mentioned yet, is Winnicke had thought that they might want to retain an easement. So this is a proposed easement, basically, that cuts through the proposed parcel, this new parcel here, the 5-acre parcel. The reason for that is simply there's an existing trail, an existing Jeep trail, if you will. And I think, that's the reason for that. They do have road frontage. I don't know that they necessarily need it, but they do want it.
Oh, it's probably more sellable without the access easement over it.
Probably. That's agreed.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, if we don't actually have to have it.
Well,
Right, but we'd have to get an easement as part of this. It would be a condition of approval if you're keeping it there.
Right, I'm just saying, we really actually don't need the access easement. I mean, it's not imperative, so we have other
I guess we're
access
saying
points.
we're going to take it off. Yeah.
That's, we're trying to just tell you, you've got to get meets and bounds and get the legal document description, et cetera.
Sure.
Is it
Well,
worth
so-
it?
I think it's just going to
sorry.
go away then.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, we're trying to keep this very simple,
I remember when we met.
very simple.
So what are the access points used for?
So at the moment, you want to elaborate on that, Warren? What are they using the land for right now? There's hiking trails and.
You're asking me what? Yeah, I mean, so, you know, to have, I mean, I understand you want to access the property, but I mean, you know, I mean, how often or?
Okay, so right now, there's an entrance right here, the gate, about right here.
Yeah.
Okay, it comes in, and it's like, it's basically where there was a logging operation.
Yeah.
Way back when. So at this point, there are no formal trails, so anybody can basically pull up and take a walk on the property. Ultimately, there'll probably be a parking area there, which right where the arrow is roughly, and for maybe, I don't know, 3 or 4 cars. And there'll be some kind of trail system in the future. So
Serenity Hills.
Yes.
Yeah.
This was Serenity Hills.
Yeah, I remember, yeah.
Okay.
Is that an approved?
Well, that's what I was going to say. So I think, you know, I think for right now, it's just probably going to be more like I don't want to call it a farm road entrance, but I'm going to ask you to go to the county and just get something from the county that says that access point is okay. And then, you know, in the future, if you're going to go use it for 3 or 4 cars, you know, they may want to have to like formalize the access a little more. I don't know, they have different,
Yeah.
you know, farm road type things, and then.
Yeah, right now, it's just occasional
I
use.
understand.
And
No, I
and
understand.
it's used by the hunters. I mean, other than that, that's all. I mean, there's no formal. In other words, there's no signs out there, there's nothing that says, you know, come park here. So.
Okay.
Anything else?
No, I think that's it. I mean, it's not too much to say, you know, in terms of the intention of the project.
Yeah, I mean, just again, background, just so everybody understands the context. So the property was donated to Winnicke by the Freed family with the intent that it would remain as open space permanently. So in other words, if it was ever sold by Winnicke, it would be sold subject to an conservation easement. Again, the intent is to obviously protect the open space, protect the ecological value of the property. There's a lot of obviously substantial wetlands on there. There's some rare species on the property. But again, it's also for the public benefit. So, like I say, in the future, there'll be some kind of trail system on the property.
The higher you go in the elevation, there's suitable habitat for Blanding's turtle as well.
Yeah, so it's, and then ultimately, we're looking to try to, you know, increase the protected area. So we always, you know, Winnicke's goal is to try to get at least 500 acres contiguous protected. So you reach that minimum for woodland animals, mammals, and bird nesting songbirds. So that's something that's a goal there, and this is kind of the catalyst, if you will, to ultimately achieve that, if possible.
It's nice to see, having been on the county planning board for 9 years and protecting open space through the Partnership for Manageable Growth, it's nice to see areas like this that are being preserved that aren't just agricultural or for open space resources, that's it. It's just nice to see conservation areas that, again, Scenic Hudson is almost all along the river. Dutchess Land Conservancy is almost all farm. So
And it's all mostly easy, you know, it's almost all easy.
it's nice to see this, in other words, at least to me, because this is why we all love living up here in the first place. And Ann and I were on the board when this was proposed to be a subdivision and walked up there, and it is beautiful.
It's a beautiful property, yeah. I mean, you can just use, you know, the nature preserve, obviously, in Hyde Park, you could use it as an example of how, hopefully, ultimately, it might look.
It's a nice hike.
So, Mr. Sotero, any other comments?
Just a couple. So you'll need Dutchess County permission, you know, to file block or to file it. I believe this requires the town, Clinton, also to sign.
Yep.
So you'll have to go talk to them and see what type of a process that you'll want to go through with them, because it's.
Wait, real quickly, so when Old Pony Farm came to us way back when, you won't remember this now that I think about it, it's on 9G, and because 9G kind of varies, at one point Hyde Park is back on your right after you feel like you've been out of Hyde Park for a while. So the entrance to this is in Hyde Park.
Right.
There's a buffer, there's a berm that was created artificial. It's got Forsythia on the top. It was done by Stewart and
Oh,
Sherry
right,
Conn
right,
way back
right,
when.
right, right.
So when the Conn sold it and it went to become some version of a hotel, whatever, I believe I signed a protocol with the town of Clinton. Back then, Michael McCormick was still the chair, because there's so little of it in Hyde Park.
Site
It made
plan
no-
is different than
Oh, that's right,
subdivision.
this is subdivision, so they all have to sign,
Well,
we'd have to sign.
It really depends on the question that Pete asked earlier. I know you were talking about tax lots, but we don't subdivide tax lots. We subdivide deed lots. What is, if you could zoom out, I suppose, what are the actual lots? Is
I mean,
it-
you need to have, I think you need to have either lot numbers or parcel, like letters. Parcel, I mean, I've done this before, like our office too, and and you have, I'm sure. But when you're doing like a lot line realignment, you have to like refer to them as something, they can't just be, tax lot. A, B, C, D, E, or something. And so I think you need to do that.
Okay.
And then, so you have to contact the town, because there is acreage changing that's within one of the tax lots in Clinton.
Yeah, I mean, that's
And-
the question. Does the lot follow the municipal boundary, or does the deed lot go into the town of Clinton?
Well, the deed lot does go into the town of Plymouth.
Yes, so they're gonna
Right,
need, so they're gonna need
Does.
to sign the map in order to file it.
How much, what's the size of the acreage that's in
Can
their
you- can
their
you-
land?
Can you zoom out so we can see? And so why do you have meets and bounds along the
Well, they're
municipal
gonna,
line?
he said before that they're going to remove them.
I know, I was just asking why they were there.
Well, I felt, as a surveyor, I wanted to leave them there, just
But
because
they're
we-
approximate, I mean, like a
No,
town.
no, they're not approximate. We that's why I left them there. No, we surveyed the entire parcel. That's not just added for graphical
Well, so-
clarity.
Right, so the parcel, though, does it end where your meets and bounds are, or does it extend into town of Clinton?
The deeded parcel does extend to the town of Clinton.
'Cause it-
And they have multiple tax parcels in Clinton, but essentially this property was comprised of two parcels, two deeded parcels.
Two deeded, right. that's-
Correct.
So we, yeah, two deeded parcels. It's I mean, it's useful, I suppose, to see the tax line, but I want to make it clear that you're not subdividing that, because then you're creating extra lots.
More lots.
No, we're
Might
not,
not be-
yeah, and I'll take those extra
take-
meets and bounds
Right.
off. I'll take
Take
them
the
off.
meets and bounds
Yep.
off.
I'll take them off.
We didn't mean to create any confusion there. No, we're not.
So what size, so actually then,
Sizes are going to change.
so I was looking at what parcel 485178, and it says, it's kind of it's in the middle of the chart. So existing is 90 acres, and proposed, and like new is 4.99. I don't know how that can be.
So, well, basically, I guess the idea was that we had two tax parcels. We were gonna lump one into, most of the land into one giant tax parcel, and then we're gonna retain one of the tax parcels as the 5
tax
acres
parcels, deed
that we would.
parcels.
So is the 4.99 that proposed lot you're creating to sell off the house?
Yes,
It can't be you have to make it bigger than 5,
okay.
or else the county won't sign permission to file.
Correct.
Okay,
So we'll make it 5.01.
Whatever you,
5.01.
Redraw those lines.
so that's why,
That's easy enough.
so in your like zoning chart, once you call these parcel A, B, C, D, whatever you want, it's easier to refer to the chart as parcel A, B, and not tax lot
Yeah.
Okay.
number.
Because, yeah.
You got
When
it,
we go
yeah.
back in the future, we'll want to say lot 1 on filed map, such and such, not,
So
Yeah.
Gotcha.
I think that's,
By the way, this was so much
think that's
simpler when
it.
we met at our offline meeting at first. But we didn't talk about tax parcel numbers
Well,
versus,
yeah.
we didn't get to that.
We were talking more conceptually.
Yes.
that's it for me.
Victoria, any comments?
I mean, just clearing up, I had trouble making the numbers work, but I think once you put the full lot and you take off that lot line adjustment with the neighbor, it'll be easier to understand.
Yes, which we have new maps,
Yeah,
that's
so-
been taken
so,
off.
yeah, so that other lot line adjustment's been removed from the application. And the only reason it was removed, by the way, is because they didn't want to cooperate. I mean, we were offering to, what we thought was doing them a favor to correct a significant problem that they had, not so much that we had, but they weren't interested.
Right, so
Not surprising.
fixing the zoning table, fixing all the numbers, taking that off, showing the buffers, making sure you have an access point that works, or, give us meets and bounds for your shared driveway through the smaller lot.
Okay.
It's definitely easier to sell the smaller lot without, let's be honest.
Without a public access way over
Yeah,
it.
because we're burdening that for the rest of their, whoever
Yeah,
buys
well, I
that.
mean, it really was the idea was gonna be just, because there's already sort of a road that goes back there, but that's fine, we could go around.
I'm just telling you.
It's up to
But
you.
It's me, I'm not.
From a sales standpoint.
No,
you're
I
absolutely
don't want to sit
right.
there and have the public going right through my property, and I already do.
It's gone.
I'll tell
We're
you,
taking
there's
it off.
the Doverstone Church
You
in
think
It's not there
Dover.
anymore, it's gone.
Okay.
Maintain as a whole.
Okay.
And then,
They're burdened.
whoever your attorney is, you're gonna want them to start working with us. We're gonna have to review the deeds, because you're gonna do a deed from one to the other, and there's gonna have to be meets and bounds and all
Okay,
that.
yeah, Kevin Wade's our attorney, so we'll have him start working on this and reach out to you.
Anything else from you guys? Board, Mr. Gercio, comments?
Nope.
Mr. Oliver?
No comments.
Ms. Dexter?
Beautiful piece of property.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
walked
welcome you to
it.
come out and take,
Been
if
there.
you haven't walked it, come out.
Been there, walked all over it.
Okay, well, there
The
you go.
reason I remember it so well is because when they called it Serenity Hills, I couldn't help myself. I said, that sounds like a cemetery. But I digress. Ms. Wasser,
No
comments?
comments.
Mr. Waters?
No comments.
Mr. Veith?
No comment.
Okay, you can see, we just need to clean this up. Procedural process. We don't have a lot line revision category, so this is a minor subdivision, as you know, which speeds the process, so you can proceed. We have to accept for sketch, then you go immediately to final. There's no preliminary in between.
Okay.
And if we get this cleaned up enough, we can go from sketch, well, do we have to accept for sketch separately than sketch and final? I don't remember.
We could do it at the same time, it's fine.
If it's just cleaned up enough.
If it's in approvable condition.
And this doesn't get
We
referred.
have to classify it as type 2, but you still need a hearing.
No, it's because it's a subdivision.
Yeah.
And we have to do seeker before the public hearing is open because it's a subdivision. Is that case law still operative?
It's still around.
Ah!
I mean, you can we can classify it and then set the hearing
As soon as we have a
once
cleaned
we
up
have the
version.
revised map. And
Right.
again, we're not trying to be nitpicky, but Pete and I deal with what happens when maps are not done right. There's lots of issues in the future, so.
It's another process about how to make it cleaner so that in the future, it's easier if you go to sell it, subdivide it, whatever. But a conservation easement over it. It's just easier to have a clean record as we start moving forward. So, and contact the town of Clinton, because this is subdivision, they will need to do something.
They may waive it, but normally the county clerk won't file a lot in 2 counties without some kind of.
Two towns, two towns.
Oh,
Two towns, sorry, 2 towns. It's late.
I mean, I forgot, when we were doing the old pony farm before, it was not a subdivision, it was just a site plan. That's
Which-
different.
Yes, I can no longer talk about Old Pony Farm.
Oh,
so.
right, sorry.
Will do.
So, Chairman, can we set a public hearing date, or we're not?
No.
No, we can't yet, okay. All right.
Not until we have
Get
a,
a new map in, and then we'll have like the accurate map, and then we can set it.
Okay.
just stay in touch with us, we'll get you back on, don't worry. It may look like I'm belligerent tonight, but I'm usually nice, I promise.
Kelly looked.
So just be back in touch with us when you are closer.
All right.
And
So you're saying
remember,
we shouldn't be afraid of you, is what you're saying?
It's
As
9:41.
long as we don't have any more,
It's gone.
you're not planning on putting a salvage yard
I
there.
messed up when Belfield in.
But that was the next thing we were gonna talk
That was
about.
only 2. that was only-
as long as you ask for approval in advance of doing it, I'm not so angry, but you know what? I'm getting a little PO'd in case you can't tell.
I'm good.
There's a pool there? Give me a break.
All right,
At any
all
rate,
right, all right.
we'll see you as soon as you get everything ready for us. Thank
Thank you very
you.
much.
Thank you.
All right, have a good night.
The very patient people from Hudson Valley Hospice are here with us tonight. They're discussing some site plan alterations. That includes the relocation of the oxygen tanks, the refuse container, and they want to turn a formerly dry stormwater detention area into a wet one.
Yeah.
So we turn it, guys, over to you. Welcome back, Ms. Shaw. Good to see you, Mr. Kaminsky. I saw you kind of taking a nap back there, sorry. We'd like to do the same thing up here sometimes, trust me.
Hi there, I don't know if you've been by the site, but it's.
I was just there today.
Long.
I was just there today.
Yeah,
I did not go into the site, I promise. I'm legal. I pulled to the side and observed, stopped. That's all I did. So, but yeah, it's coming a lot. It's already got, like, the exterior colors are there. You're grading, it looks like, not seeding yet, but grading.
Well, the topsoil's being put down, the plant should be coming in
It's fast.
in the near
Shaping up
future.
nice.
When did Hudson Valley
So,
Hospital?
as with any construction project, things occur. So we're looking for a waiver of site plan for two different things. The first one is a relatively minor change. Back here was a detention basin. It was
Can you
just
pull
gonna
in,
be-
like, the mic, Michelle, just a little bit more?
Okay.
Sorry.
Sorry.
The back was a detention basin. It was just going to be a dry basin. And they would like to make it into a water feature by allowing water to build up in it 2 to 3 feet and a fountain so that it'll still have the same purpose for detaining water, still function the same. Just be a nice water feature.
I'm just going to say it straight out because I said it to everybody. Stormwater ponds are only filled when there's storm water. So you're going to have a pump in there to make a fountain, and then when it goes dry, because it probably will at some point. We remember last year, we had a really bad drought toward the end of the summer. Are you going to manually fill it with water or just turn off the?
At that point, it'll probably just have to
Okay.
be dry for the time being. There's, if you know, those of you that went on the site walk, there's kind of that continuous flow.
Sorry. Yes, there's a continuous, it's just, it could become a trickle as opposed to.
Right, it's not overwhelming, but it'll be there. So it may not be 100% of the year a
No,
water
it's an
feature.
amenity to have patients, guests, or, I'm not really sure what the right term there is, patients, their families, be able to go down and take a look.
Right.
And they'll be able to, this isn't really a two-story, but there's the half basement, if I recall, because of the grade change, so you're kind of almost on a second story looking down at something nice and peaceful.
And that's exactly where they'll be sitting. up on
That's
the
what I thought.
second floor.
That's-
Right.
I remember the site way too well when we walked it, so I don't think Ted has an issue with that either. It's a nice amenity, as I said.
Okay, so that's the first one. Now,
Well, why don't we talk, so when we met out there on Monday, my concern, I think I put it down in an email that got circulated, was assuming there is going to be 2 to 3 feet water in it, that we're in like a neighborhood, and, you know, I know there's ponds all over the place that aren't fenced, that have been there for 100 like years, but now we're creating something new that we're saying is like okay. So my concern was that, you know, we're creating a new water feature, and, you know, if one of the neighborhood, like kids happen to wander on there and fell in it or something, and, you know, God forbid. So my concern was, you know, fencing. So what I asked Michelle to do, and maybe she can show it, so there was a certain amount of the site that was going to be fenced anyways, and then assuming the board was okay with, you know, the wet pond, and Michelle provided our office with the calculations that showed, you know, the volume of the pond above, you know, the water level, when there is going to be a water level, that there was still enough volume to hold, you know, the stormwater. So none of the stormwater drainage would change. So I believe that you added some fencing along the north side, was it? Or maybe in 2 spots?
the north and the east,
And the east.
The red would be new proposed fence. The green was already on the plans.
So basically, all that whole area is going to be fenced, right?
That whole property line in the back there.
And on the back and you know, the sides, right?
Yes, it'll be
Right.
like that.
Yep.
And then this is where the car repair place is.
Swedish Motors or whatever it
Right.
is.
Oh, right, okay, I know, okay, I'm sorry.
And then the
yeah.
other change
Right, right,
involved
right,
the
right, right.
relocation of the oxygen tanks and the dumpster enclosure.
And
Right.
Swapping them out, right?
So the second was that the original plan was to put the oxygen tanks here, and we now want to put them over here.
We talked about that. I thought they needed to be near the building.
Did the lighting change?
Um,
Did you add lighting over where the oxygen tanks are?
Well, there will have to be, here there was going to be a couple of, like
That's the reason why I asked. I
lights.
remember quite well. You had to have it lit for various
Right.
reasons, blah, blah, blah. No offense.
So the same thing would have to be here. There would still have to be the two manually operated lights when they're working on the system. Previously, this was the refuse
Right.
location, so we wanted to move the refuse up to here.
Isn't it kind of, it's up
Michelle,
and
can you
feeding
zoom?
north?
Just, my eyes are really starting to.
Could you also explain the
Just at the top,
reason?
there's a plus at the top.
Could you
There
also
you go.
just give a
Thank
summary
you.
of the reasons why you're changing those two locations?
I can. Because the original design for the location of the original oxygen tank was 1 foot too close to the building. We didn't know that until our oxygen company came in to give us the certification for the location, and they wouldn't do that. So we had to research other areas. We didn't want to create something fresh if we could avoid it. And since the dumpster pad was already built, and it didn't take, it won't be that expensive to run the oxygen lines and electricity across the, or underneath the road, we decided to do it there. But once we decided to do that,
You have to
assuming that
find
it's
the dumpster
approvable,
location.
we had to move the dumpster, correct. And as it turns out, that the dumpster location as originally planned is not ideally suited for the patient rooms, because they'll look out over the dumpster. And where we want to move it is on the side of the building where there are no patient rooms.
Plus, isn't there a dip in the land where you're putting the dumpster slightly? In other words, isn't it kind of, isn't it screened
far enough-
somewhat?
No, it's
Yeah.
far enough, it's pretty far out, across the road. You mean the original dumpster location? Is across the road, you could see it from all the patient windows. And we really, that's the kind of thing we didn't realize until, the building was moving along and we.
Things happen.
Yeah.
Fuel changes. It wasn't cheaper just to find a foot further away, still close to the building?
Well, because they had built it's in the side of the hill with rocks. And.
No, I'm just trying to think about costs for you, that's all.
The contractor told us that, they gave us estimates of different locations and that, tearing out more rock and moving the tank wouldn't have to be a foot. We'd wind up having to move it about 12 feet.
Oh, never mind then. Never
Yeah,
mind.
right.
It's not
would
just a
cost
foot.
No, when you said
4
foot, I'm
times
like-
as much as what it's going to cost us to put it across the road.
So,
So when we met out there, and then I think I had some follow-up questions. So around the north side of the building, the driveway comes down and around like the corner to get into the back. So I asked them how, like employees would get to, the dumpster, because Tad brought up to me after the fact, after we had met with him, that, hopefully, like employees weren't going to be walking down that, steeper like road to get in the back, but Michelle responded that they would be coming out of the lower level. Is that still correct?
Yes.
Okay, so they'd be coming out of the lower level going to the dumpster. So I think we had a crosswalk, didn't we, Mike? We had a crosswalk before?
Painted on the road.
Yeah, so we should have another like crosswalk where they would like come out, and then, or I assume there's going to be some kind of like a sidewalk to get to the dumpster?
Yeah,
Yeah, I don't care, whatever you want. I mean, does anybody care whether it's asphalt?
it's not going to be visible, it's not
Right.
visible from 9G.
So,
It's an
that's fine, as long as there's something hard for them to walk on. And then, Mike, maybe you want to explain, because one of the things Tad and I didn't, Tad wasn't sure about like odor, although the house to the north kind of seems almost the same distance away as the house on the south was to the old dumpster location.
Right.
And then Mike said that most of the meals, like, are brought in, but.
Well, no, the
But there
meals are
is-
made there, but it's not like in a hospital or a nursing home where you pre-make a lot of meals and you have a menu. What will be happening here is, patients don't eat that much
Right.
at this stage.
We understand.
What they do eat, we'll make special. So, today we might make 3 meals for 14 patients. Tomorrow we may make 14 meals for 14
But
patients.
in other words, the family members and guests won't be eating there.
They will under certain circumstances. If we can do it, we'll try to accommodate them.
But it's custom, it's like custom.
Yeah, correct.
So this isn't like a full-service type, like, business
Right.
where you're.
But, I'm sorry, Peter, to interrupt.
No,
But
go ahead.
to Peter's point.
That's okay.
If we don't have the food that we need for that patient, we'll go out and buy a meal, or go to a restaurant.
Can you refresh my memory what the materials are on that fence? I don't remember.
Vinyl, right?
They're vinyl.
PVC.
So
Yeah, it's
the
that
homes,
brown-
the
We
homes-
went with the brown color to
Right.
blend in with the trees.
and there's trees,
Yes.
right?
Yeah.
So the houses don't see the dumpster.
Well, they won't see
Good.
it because of the fence, but there's.
Well, the
uh,
fence is
woods.
see-through.
It's pretty far away,
Yeah,
the
there's
house.
woods.
No, it's vinyl.
Yeah, there's a lot of bushes and
Oh,
trees.
that's
and-
right, I remember it now, actually.
It's like,
It's all coming back to me,
Yeah.
the color of the fence, it's
Yeah.
coming back to me. never mind.
Actually, on the east side, make it a little smaller. Make the picture smaller, please. Yeah.
Looks nice
yeah.
out there, it
No,
really
no,
does. They did a
on
nice
the-
job.
On the east side, that's all woods.
Right.
Oh, yeah, there's nothing there. And even on, the north side, there's still,
Yeah,
there's
mostly
still,
I
woods.
think it
there's
was like a
still,
gray.
there's still
gray
like
fence,
trees.
A gray fence.
It's
Brown.
no, it's brownish.
Grayish
brownish.
brown, like
Brown.
mushroom.
It
I
was-
don't
It's
know.
a pretty,
It's coming back to
it's
me.
a nice brown.
It's solid.
Yeah.
it blends in with the leaf off, because when the leaves are on, you see green, and then you'll just see nothing behind it. And during the winter, it blends in with the color. That's why we went with the color. I remember all of this. So I just have to bring up quickly before continue with the board and maybe Victoria. Neighbors on the north side, as you know, have complained about lighting.
Yes, they did.
Now, you guys put up shields, I believe, on the light fixtures, or you're going to, or?
We did. We paid for it. I haven't seen them there yet.
Because that's why I stopped by today. I was like, where are the shields?
Yeah. Yeah, it's a filter that's on the side of the light that faces the, there's about there's 5 lights that we paid for, these filters. I'm being promised every week or two that they're going to be installed.
Are they
Supply
here?
chain.
Supply chain issues, do you know?
I'm sorry?
Is it supply chain issues, or they're here
No,
and
no,
just
no,
not
they're here.
installed?
They're here. They've been here for about a month.
It's labor issues.
Labor.
There's just not enough.
They're so
Skilled
busy
labor.
Employees.
with the electricity inside the building that they say they can't spare somebody to do it. Yet.
Okay.
Yet. But
We'll make sure they're done before the.
No, I'm just wanting to make certain, because Councilman Lombardi has contacted me several times with, the neighbors, and there was I hope I'm not getting into trouble when I say this, but one of the neighbors was more belligerent. Persistent, there you go,
Yes.
not belligerent.
Yes, I know.
Well, I mean, I'm sorry, Michael.
No, go ahead.
I mean, when I went by there after, the complaint was made and stuff like that, I mean, as far as I could tell, there wasn't any light that was spilling onto the neighbor's property. It's just, you're looking at a site that was dark before.
Correct.
And now there's light there, so.
I've talked to some of the neighbors, Mike, and they're complaining about the lights inside the building as well.
I mean, it's commercial
As I like to say to anybody, if you want to say the green space preserved, get together and buy it.
Actually, a former planning board a former planning board chairman said that at a public hearing one time to people that were complaining about like a subdivision.
It wasn't me?
No, it was.
I know I've said it before, 2 people as well.
Steve
I'm sorry,
Allen.
but Steve, way back when, yeah. But I mean, if it's zone commercial, then it's zone commercial, and the town the elected officials have accepted that there are areas where we want to have commercial, and that happens to be one, so, and having just been there today, you did a knockout job. Looks really, really good.
Thank you.
So one of the
We
things
think so,
that,
too.
so one of the things that we talked about was that, depending on how you want to do it, as long as everybody's like okay with it, we don't have to do a waiver or anything? I mean, we're, go
That's
ahead.
what we're here to discuss, I think.
So, okay, so I guess.
This is another where Tad was looking to us to
Right.
recommend to her.
So we were going to have, we require like an as-built of the site. So, the new dumpster location and all that, assuming that you're okay with it, that would be shown on the as-built. And then I had asked, like Michelle, to update whatever drawings are like applicable to the dumpster and the pond, so that we have those in the file.
So that Tad can
And plus,
offer the CO.
plus we'll get an as-built.
I think the board,
But you should acknowledge something, right?
Yeah, either, the board can accept the as-built or approve the as-built once it's done,
The condition that was placed on this,
or you
unfortunately,
can do a
was
site
that,
plan amendment now.
was that they had to do it, that they would provide an as-built at the end, but it wasn't going to be approved by us. In the past, when we did this before, I believe, for River Ridge, I believe that we had something that the planning board acknowledged the changes. That's all. We didn't require a site, do you remember what I'm talking about?
I think so.
There were two changes. One was to the exterior elevation. They moved some, of them because those are all standard buildings, they moved some of the exterior changes. They also, some of the landscaped islands that you use to get into park were relocated. Tad didn't know what to do with it, so she asked us. So she said, if you guys can acknowledge the change and accept the change, then we will just let that continue on to being an as-built. Do we want to review that later on to see what the path was forward?
I mean, Tad has to recommend the path forward.
Well, that's what I'm talking about, is you, me, and Tad.
Right, I mean, site plan amendment is the cleanest, because then there's a site plan that's signed by you, so when we go back and look in 10 years, 15 years.
One more time, are you in a rush? Because if you do site plan amendment, this
Yes.
has to go to county planning.
Right, okay.
And they're going to say,
But so
matter of
I'm
local
just saying, in the
concern.
hierarchy of things, the site plan
Oh.
amendment is the
The-
gold standard, because it's signed, and it gets, when you go to sell your property, you show that you have an approved amendment. This kind of stuff sometimes gets lost in the file. In the absence of that, and they're in a rush, we'll do what we've done in the past, which is say, okay, we understand your change, give us the as-built, we'll approve that for the
But in the
file.
meantime, what Pete was talking about was, what we have often done is, I'm not even sure they make onion skin paper anymore, but they do something to, like, provide a sheet that would show the new fence, or actually
Mhm.
provide what you're showing there, just as something
As
that
an
can be.
overlay?
As an overlay into the
Yeah.
approved plan set. That way, it doesn't get lost, it's
Mhm.
actually part of the plan set, and then when we get the as-built, then that
Right.
is there as well,
So that drawing could say, proposed site changes, and then, list number one, wet pond, number two, like relocation of oxygen tank and like dumpster, and then put like a date on it, like today or something?
That's not acceptable? That we had to go through a site plan amendment, because that's just going to take time.
No.
But you can't smoke in your oxygen.
By the way, the lighting for the oxygen, can you make sure that it's pointing away from the neighbors on the other side? I think that's actually the Swedish thing there, but,
It's actually pointing down.
yeah, no, just, we can't have it, it should be pointing down, but even light that points down still casts a glow around, that's all.
Yeah, it is.
I'm just being sensitive to lighting because it's become an issue and with the neighbors over there, obviously.
It could be pointing,
That's it,
kind of like this and this, I'll
that's it.
have to confirm with the oxygen company, just.
Hell, tell them to bring flashlights, for God's sakes.
Corners or which side.
But it still needs to be safe.
Yeah.
It'll be safe, but it's also gonna be on a switch, so at least it's not all night long.
That's what I'm talking about, right. So, okay, then let us figure out what we need to do, but let me rephrase that. Board, members, colleagues, are you okay with the changes?
Yes.
Yes.
Anybody not okay with the changes? Okay. Boom.
Thank you.
Sorry you had to stay here all night long as well, but
I appreciate
we had the April 5th meeting canceled, so this is why you have,
Yeah, at least I wasn't here to ask for a swimming pool.
if you asked for it beforehand, one more time, you probably get it, but when you build it,
Yes.
I'm just, maybe I've been here too long.
Your car's going out of
Keep
the
going.
parking lot, though.
Okay.
Keep going. Keep this going.
Renaissance, rehabilitation.
Good night.
Good night.
Signing with you, Ann.
Just gotta keep it going.
This application is fairly simple. They're changing the exterior, they're adding, well, let me turn it over to you guys. There.
Yep, please speak into the microphone and tell us what you're doing
Yes.
and who you are.
Hello, my name is Chris Henry. I'm a project manager for Optimus Architecture, and I'm here representing Renaissance Rehabilitation. They're looking to replace or to install a new translucent exterior canopy, just as a walk-under canopy. They're not looking to do a drive under. Yes. And they're also looking to replace the existing ephes with cultured stone, which I brought a sample with me.
Thank you.
And they're also doing, replacing the hinge doors on the front of the building with surface-mounted sliding glass doors. That also matches the interior of the vestibule to get into the actual space. They have glass sliding doors as well. Now on the side there is I can show you here. On the side here there's an existing patio that there's an existing window right now that they're going to replace with a door to have access to that patio, and along with building a garden wall just to contain the patients within that space. And they're not doing any other renovation to the parking lot at all. They're leaving it as is, and they're adding a couple lights on the exterior of the building, just some downlights to shine onto the building. And then just with adding this door in the patio, they're relocating a AC unit just against the building.
Aren't you changing the windows as well on the front side?
No, the windows are remaining as is. They're just changing the stone.
Detail, right? There's a detail though.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. My apology. They are replacing the sills.
Right.
I went through this application pretty carefully, sorry.
No, that's okay.
I just want to make sure you hit on everything,
And then
that's
the
all.
bollards?
Yes.
Or bollards
Yep,
too?
bollards as well.
Bollards.
Yeah, they're replacing the lintels, they're with new surface applied stone, and then they're also replacing the sills, but the windows themselves are remaining.
I'm sorry, I should have said the lintels specifically for it. And the coins on the corners are departing because they would look kind of silly with the stone.
Yes, yeah, the whole front of the building will be this cultured stone. This is, where's the, like a
In the middle, not the whole front, this middle.
just that middle.
The bump
portion,
out,
yeah.
the bump
Just a
out.
bump out.
Yes.
Just to reface the whole look of the building, so it fits in with the whole Hyde Park stone look. So
We noticed, thank you.
Now, this is, a picture of what the canopy will look like. It's not exactly, because this is a drive-under. Ours is just
Right,
for shelter. It's a
shorter,
short
shorter.
one. So it's just, obviously, just to give you guys a visual representation of it. And the lights. And under the canopy, there are lights to shine upwards on the canopy and
Upwards?
to shine underneath the light, and it illuminates the top of the canopy.
The canopy is translucent.
Yes.
Right. So it
Light
goes-
can't go up through it.
Well, it's underneath, yeah, it's,
I know, I just,
Cast
it.
Yeah, it's casted, yes,
I'm just
my
letting you know, You can't
apologies.
say it points up because
Yeah.
we don't allow that in the town.
yes.
Everything has to be dark sky compliant.
It casts underneath, and this is where the.
It's a glow, so that it's for safety purposes as well. You're also changing the front doors because the egress, I believe, it can be safer to get in and out.
Correct, yes.
Sorry, I went through this application, as I told you, way too carefully. And Rob and I were both in the meeting at first.
Color of the metals that, like in the awning?
It's gonna be black,
It's black,
painted black, yes. Steel painted black.
and the bollards the same, or are they different color? Are they staying, or are they being painted, or?
What is staying? I'm sorry, I didn't hear
What
it.
is
The bollards.
So, those are being painted black to match.
And that's basically it. It's not that, it's a nice dramatic aesthetic transformation, but it's not that detailed or anything
Correct,
else.
yes.
Any comments whatsoever? Yes?
Sure. So, This is a site plan application, so just as with prior applications, you should request waivers from all of the site plan elements that you're not showing or meeting with these facade elements.
Understood.
And then notes from the zoning administrator that the plans will need a signature block for the chairman, an approval block, and an owner signature block, a graphic scale. Need to have the words Town of Hyde Park, Dutchess County in the title block.
Okay.
And then for the board, this is a type 2 secret action because it's just some minor exterior renovations. We have a resolution tonight to classify it. It does need to go to county planning.
Because it's on a state highway.
Yes.
Right. And then is signage. Will signage change at all?
No.
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 They just went
signage
through
change.
rebranding, remember?
I do. That's what I was asking again. It happens every few years.
Any comments from the board? Anybody?
Yes,
No comments.
thank you very much for keeping that building looking nice, and this is like the third time that it's been improved, so always happy to see it getting a fresh look. Thank you.
Anyone else?
No,
Any
I
questions?
agree, it's a nice upgrade.
Just, could you hold up the stone again, just so we can see?
Yeah,
what
absolutely.
the pattern is?
If you want, I can bring it up to you
that's
guys.
fine. No, that's fine. No.
Give you a sample.
Yeah. Have enough.
We have plenty of samples that we have had before. We have closets full of samples, so now we just ask to see them. And sometimes we ask for a picture of the materials for like a material board, but that'll depend on Tad. I think she's going to hold your feet to the ground on this one.
We did include it in our submission, but we can.
That's what I was
we
going to say, it's got a photo, and I think that's why she's going to be fine with it. Sometimes she
Okay.
wants something besides that, don't ask me why. At any rate, so we have the resolution prepared. This is Mr. Oliver's.
Resolution classifying the action and referring the project to Dutchess County Department of Planning and Development, Renaissance Rehabilitation Nursing Home Center, resolution number 2023-18. Whereas, now therefore be resolved that the planning board hereby classifies the project as a type 2 action under secret. Be it further resolved that the planning board hereby refers the project to the Dutchess County Department of Planning and Development pursuant to section 239M of General Municipal Law.
Second.
Perfect. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Making a motion to set a public hearing for this project for May 17th.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
We'll see you in a month.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry you had to wait all that time for this. But you've learned something about the board, right?
Come to us before you do the changes.
And Ms. Leibold, you didn't have to wait here all night long either, but you're patient and don't mind. Next application is a request for site plan waiver. This is for a single-family home.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, there's banana bread over here. I made it. I was told it was
She
good.
wants to make
You
sure
didn't
it
know
gets
about it?
done right. That's
Did
why
what?
she's waiting.
Banana bread.
I made it.
So hungry.
Oh, it's right over here. Come get some.
Grab a piece.
All right, when we're all done, I'll walk over
We
there.
were all eating it at the break.
So I made it
was I?
because we all needed it tonight, I knew.
Yes.
So this application is 120 River Road. This is River Road Extension, just down the street from me. We've always waived site plan review on these. The reason why this took a little bit longer was because there was some questions about the retaining walls and the height and other stuff, but that's all been resolved and worked
Yes.
out. And there was also a question about lighting on the back. That's all been resolved as well.
Correct.
So does anybody have any questions for Kelly?
No. The only thing it's 2 attached 3-car garages. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I know.
Maybe they like cars.
Well, it's supposed to be Memorial out here. Having lots and lots of cars, I suppose, is Memorial.
Maybe the other guy that does the car salvage was want to put his car in there.
Just don't put a pool in. Yeah, don't. Anybody have any other comments or questions?
No, it's nice.
Mr. Veith, this is your resolution.
Okay, site plan waiver, resolution 2023-14, whereas the application requested a waiver of site plan which has been made to the Town of Hyde Park Planning Board by Mark and Lisa Van Vico on March 1st, 2023, included on March 15th, 2023, for the property located at 120 River Road in the Town of Hyde Park. Whereas, now therefore be it resolved that the Town of Hyde Park Planning Board hereby waives site plan requirements for the file entitled Van Vico New single family.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. At least you have some sugar in your system now.
food out of it. Thank you very, that's very good.
I thought you knew, because I announced it, you may have been gone already by now.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Larry didn't miss it.
I was.
Yeah, Larry came in and was like grabbing
Talking
it.
about banana bread? Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Have a good night.
Good night. Next item is Berkshire Hathaway signage. This is basically Petitello Realty has been acquired or merged into Berkshire Hathaway. The sign has been recommended, let me rephrase that, this sign is code compliant, given the location. Anybody have any questions or comments?
No.
Mr. Oliver's, it's back to you.
Resolution recommending granting of sign permit, Berkshire Hathaway Home Services, resolution number 2023-20, whereas, now therefore be resolved that the planning board here recommends approval of the sign permits for Berkshire Hathaways as presented with the sign permit applications dated March 10th, 2023.
Second.
Thank you, John. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Next item on the agenda is a request for site plan waiver to approve photovoltaic roof-mounted panels. This is located at 6 Watson Place. We've had any number of these. This is not directly visible from either historic site or the river. Anybody have any questions on this? And we do have a recommendation from Tad. Okay, if there's no other, this is yours, Rob.
This is me. Brendan Lawler, 6 Watson Place, resolution 2023-21, whereas a request for the site plan waiver has been made to the Town of Hyde Park Planning Board by Brendan Lawler to install roof-mounted photovoltaic panels on the existing single-family home, and whereas, therefore be it resolved that the Town of Hyde Park Planning Board hereby waives site plan requirements for the proposed changes as described in the request for the waiver of the site plan received by the Planning Department on April 6, 2023, and the building permit application dated March 16, 2023.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Next item on the agenda. A request,
Last but not least.
yes.
Yay.
A request by Michael Wajda. This is for the building that's located just to the south of Dairy Queen. It's where the Hyde Park Teachers Association, and it just closed. She sold bird feeders for a while there, the little gift shop. I was sad to see it. Harvest Moon. I was sad to see it go. At any rate, he has a new tenant apparently, but there's a roof issue he's going to repair, and as you saw from the planning board file, he's actually adding a gable wall and some other nice
Which
little...
is going to look
It's
gorgeous.
going to be such an improvement.
Yeah, it's
I'm so
amazing, it's
happy.
amazing what a little teeny
A little detail
element-
can do.
Yep.
Anybody have any questions or comments?
Thank you, Michael.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Wajda. So this resolution is Ms.
Mine.
Wasser's. Yep.
Resolution 2023-25, site plan waiver. Whereas a request for site plan waiver has been made to the Town of Hyde Park Planning Board by Michael Wadger to replace the existing roof, add a reverse gable on the west elevation, and enclose the 2 windows on either side of the front entry of the commercial building. And whereas, therefore be it resolved that the Town of Hyde Park Planning Board hereby waives site plan requirements for the proposed changes as described in the request for a waiver of site plan received by the Planning Department April 17th, 2023, and in the building permit application dated March 26, 2023.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Colleagues, I appreciate your work tonight so very much, and it is 10:15. That is 4 hours and 15 minutes. We haven't done one of these in a long time.
I've done one of those since Mr. Veith was the chairman.
Woof.
Yeah, right.
It's been a long one.
No, we had an 11 o'clock one
We have done.
before the pandemic, I remember.
No, I'm just, it's a
Yeah,
historical
Yeah,
comment.
we had them before. So, Megan, a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you again, and thank you, Tony.
Chair.
Thank you, the media
Here.
group.
That's the staff.
Thank you to the town board for providing the resources to show these meetings as
Michael has
well.
to sign this one. Michael, sign this
I
one.
thought there was something that I hadn't signed.
Cynthia.
Oh, I left my stuff in your office.